Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do. Nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley. Went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young man, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the woodbox full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how would you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
Why, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
What do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? Or for that matter, what about you? I don't know. It seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well,
Thing is not on. This thing is on. Shit, sorry. This thing is on. Is this thing on? How close do I have to be? I don't want to be too close. It's a little uncomfortable. Too close. Hold on. Okay. Okay. This isn't capturing anything else, is it? Okay. 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 You know, I really should have, instead of spending the first minute, I'm like, I don't know if this is working or not.
Chairman, not to get parasocial, but I genuinely missed watching your streams. LOL, I'm glad you're back, if only for today.
Okay. Thank you, Parrot. That's what I wanted to do.
BTW. Watching a streamer, someone said SMT, like I can tell by your models you're really into it. Mythology, unlike corpus like Gura that are more of an aesthetic, and you effing speech hit my head.
Did I say that? Did I say something?
Parrot.
Someone else said that. Someone else said that.
I became a northern lion Kamiashi while you were gone.
I'm sure.
I honestly missed it too. I need someone to pester for 3 hours a day.
I think Northern Lion's probably a good streamer to sort of pester with. Hello everyone. If not very briefly, I'm here. Okay, hold on. I have a ton of things to say, but like I just need to say.
The voices are back. The voices are back. The voices are back.
They've never left.
Shara, say you miss me specifically.
All right, we're good. All right, Parrot, you're out of here. Goodbye, Parrot. You're gone. You're gone. Parrot needed. I'm sorry, maybe, but my rule is Parrot is allowed to read one weird thing before I shut him off, and I banish him into the Shadow Realm, and you have done so very quickly. I've yet to figure out what I want, in what order I want to say the many things. And you guys are distracting me now because you're saying more things. And I'm reading what you were saying. And it's like we're having a sort of a conversation where you're interrupting me, but you're not really interrupting me because I can just ignore you and I can just keep monologuing. I'm sitting here to read what is being said. Anyways, no, I didn't say that corpos like Gura are more of an aesthetic. That's not exactly what I said. Because I think the way that is phrased makes it sound like I have it out for Gura, when in fact, Gura is like, I keep mentioning how she's like the platonic ideal of a VTuber, and that's not lowly praise. That is a remarkable comment from a philosopher VTuber to say that you're the platonic ideal of something. Especially something that said person is trying to emulate, i.e. me, right? So no, that's not exactly what I said. But it's more so, what part of the character, what part of the kayfabe, what part of the the VTuber, right, was truly intentional, right? If there was there's a genuine artistic pursuit behind it, I think is something that should be examined more closely, although it hasn't. Sally needs money too. It's just been a long day. Thank you for your concerns. I've had medicine. I had not a flu, but I was coughing and I had mucus. It was gross. I still am gross, but relatively less so. But it's been a lot better. I've just taken pills over the past few days to curb that. This is proper medication and not unauthorized, although not technically prescribed in the window of time that was the recent happenings of my flu. Whatever. That's not it's not important. You're back? Okay, I'm not back. People keep saying like you guys are a little too excited. Needed German streams to anchor me back to reality, because otherwise I'm gonna keep getting in fights on Twitter. Okay. I don't want to. Okay. Actually, today is the immersion break stream. Okay, today's the character break stream. Okay, today's the character. Do you know what that means? I'm not gonna explain what that means yet. I was going to at the beginning, and then I just got lost in 4 different things. I wanted to say, but today's the character break stream. And before I continue on what that means, I want to say that. Let me look at the camera. Where's the camera? There's the camera. I follow you on Twitter. I see when you get into random Twitter fights with other people and it appears on my timeline. And until I see that your name is there on the reply, I'm looking at a post that is very obvious rage bait. It's very obviously engagement bait. It's very obviously saying something controversial for the sake of saying something controversial. There's not much conversation that's being had that's very meaningful. And you are falling for it, and it's showing up on my timeline. No, I'm okay. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Just because I don't interact with things, because that's just like I just don't usually, doesn't mean I don't see shit, and I see stuff. And if I follow anyone on Twitter, which I don't follow many of, if I follow you, you have to understand that I see your shit when I open Twitter, and it's just there. You have to think about your presence on the internet. Even if I weren't following you, even if someone else, like even if I weren't the one like following you on Twitter, or like just seeing anything you post online, other people are. You must be aware that your presence has an impact. Although I understand there's a part of it that's just screaming into the void, and you don't really. It doesn't quite feel like you're having an impact on the world, and it's a bit frustrating when you see a lot of the things that are going around you, or just happening in general, that are frustrating things said by frustrating people who are intending on engaging in frustrating behavior in order to bait an engagement out of you so they can promote their stupid bullshit sponsorship or whatever, or their course. But I understand that it's frustrating, but I need to ask you to refrain from engaging in engagement bait. Character bait? You aren't a real philosophy boy failure VTuber. I'm not. I can safely assure you I'm none of those things. I suppose that the closest thing is I'm a boy, but I think when you're of age, generally the reference is that you're referred to as a man. People say sir to me. That's a lie. Not enough people say sir. Okay, some people, no. Okay, most people say sir, but they don't go like sir. They go like You know, where it's kind of, it's just weird. They don't really. I'm 60 years old. You would think, as a 60-year-old man, they would get used to saying "sir," but no. It's like it sounds like it's like a "sir." Okay, right. Like, and I don't know if it's because I look too young, or if I look not masculine enough from certain angles, and that annoys me because I don't purposefully dress in a way that is androgynous or feminine or anything like that, at least not as far as I'm concerned. This is just my natural like appearance, and like some people struggle to call me sir. No, that does not matter. That does not matter. Miracle used to follow me doesn't mean you saw me. I'm not answering questions. I'm not answering every question. But if I follow and you post something, like there's a good chance that I see it. Anyways, there were 7 tweets from you losing it to some random mindless Sisyphus tweet. You're not innocent. I wasn't losing it. Someone was asking me a question, and I was responding to that question with an analysis of what I thought that tweet meant. And I think just a basic sort of explanation. Sisyphus is something we must return to in due time. Everyone please remind me. You won't have to remind me. I'll remember it probably. Post February, there must be a Sisyphus stream. There must be a Sisyphus like week. There must be a Sisyphus like event where I just talk about absurdism and I clear up all the common misunderstandings and misinformed beliefs, where we read The Myth of Sisyphus by Albert Camus, whatever, and where we engage in meaningful struggle, where we push the rock up the hill and have it, and just for it to, and just let go of it, just to see it slide down again, but to be okay with that, but to be content with seeing the rock slide down the hill and think, well, it's a lovely jog to go down there and to fetch it back up again. Let's do it. Right? That's the idea. We're gonna have to do that. But that will come soon, afterwards, whatever. What are we talking about? I'm sorry, I didn't realize that I was supposed to be sensical, and I just started delving into rambles. I have things to say. I do. I've just been derailed. Give us a closet tour that people demanded. You're not going to, no. The closet sucks. I have a meme lined up to post on my Twitter when Twitter starts giving me stupid bullshit, notifications that are completely irrelevant to me. That's when I'll start like that's when I know, okay, it's time for me to engage in Twitter again, so Twitter stops doing this to me. And I just have memes saved that I enjoyed, and one of them I've yet to post is picture this, right? It's Kermit the Frog, the Muppet. He's sort of staring out a window, and there's raindrops on the window. Okay, and the caption is like, sorry, I can't come out right now. Every piece of clothing I own looks fucking stupid on me. That's the meme. And I've been waiting to post that. I don't know when to post that exactly, but I've been waiting to post that. That is something I've been I'm waiting to post it. I'm just not sure when, but that's I feel that sometimes. Bring the fourth wall means more parasocial interactions. Let's go. Maybe not. We'll see what that leads to. Please send me prizes. I've been not rewarded with a special limited character from a mobile game. I'm saving my stocks for so long, but the game is not treating me nicely. I would like a Bible verse citing for cleansing my brain. I feel it. I feel it in my soul, the gotcha shaft. I think there's something I'm not going to lie, like the most recent gacha shaft I've experienced, because most of when my experiences, my engagement with gacha has been shaft after shaft, right? But the most recent shaft genuinely made me think, and this is when I knew like it was bad. Like after I just completely I just lost all the currency, I didn't get anything. I just sat down and I just started thinking. I was like, you know what? I've still got like family around. I've got all my limbs. I'm, you know, for better, I'm definitely an occupant of a relatively first world geographical country. I enjoy things. I've enjoyed a decent, although not perfect, definitely imperfect, but I've enjoyed a decent education in my life. Life is not that bad. I sat down and I started thinking that. That's when you know it was really bad. That's when you know the gotcha. It was so bad. I sat down and I just started thinking that my life was actually pretty good. Like I completely just walked away. My brain just walked away from this thing. He's back? I'm not back. Okay. I need to, okay. I need to, focus. I need to focus. Okay, I need to focus. I wanted to say multiple things. This is, first of all, I need to establish the premise of the stream. It's been 20 minutes. It's been 22 minutes. I'm going to now establish the premise of the live stream. Okay. The premise of the live stream is I'm not back yet. Okay. The premise of the live stream is I'm not here. I'm still outside of the library, and at the same time, I want to talk about my experiences outside the library for a bit. I want to talk about various things that have happened, but these are not things that the character carries you for no experiences. And so I would like everyone to sort of engage in a this is a bit we could be reading before we begin. It's maybe just look up the Wikipedia page for Brecht. I forget his first name. What's his first name? Brecht something. Let me look it up. Bertolt Brecht. Bertolt Brecht, he is a German theatre practitioner and playwright. He has a concept of epic theatre, in which, and this is what the description of the live stream is. I want everyone to just, if you have time later, to read it, but I'm just going to read the bit that I copied into the live stream, roughly. Let's see what it is. Well, okay, maybe don't look up the wiki page for him. Look up the wiki page for epic theater. Brechtian epic theater. There's a little bit of it, and the techniques, right? Some of the ways the Verfremdungseffekt can be achieved is by having actors play multiple characters. Rearrange the set in full view of the audience and break the fourth wall by speaking to the audience. The use of a narrator in the Caucasian shock circle is another example of Verfremdungseffekt work. Lighting can also be used to emulate the effect. For example, flooding the theater with bright lights, not just the stage, and placing lighting equipment on stage can encourage the audience to fully acknowledge that the production is merely a production instead of reality. Okay? I want everyone to just read that section maybe a little further. That's what's on the stream description, okay? Now that we've read that, okay? Okay, yes. So, now that you've read that, or at least I've read that, So you should read that, or maybe not. Just read the description and just make of it what you will. Okay. Today's stream is a catch-up stream where, because I haven't been streaming for a few weeks, and I will not be streaming for a few weeks probably as well. This is a sort of in-between period. I think the distance between now and the last stream will be roughly the distance between now and the next stream. Okay. Okay. So you're going to have to experience this sort of departure again. But briefly, I do want to sort of interject right in the middle and say that I'm alive. The person behind the VTuber. Okay. There are some things I want to talk about. I want to discuss, or maybe just bring up, that are not quite things that make sense to bring up as Garrison for us. You're going to have to forgive me. And then we're going to have to do a little bit of a character break. We're going to have to do a bit of an immersion break. For that. This is in reference to Bertolt Brecht's Epic Theater, okay? Read that Wikipedia article and make out why I've decided to do this. There's an intentionality in every action I commit, okay? It is what it is. Second thing is I will be using my indoor voice. I can't be too loud. I can't be too... I certainly probably couldn't stream a game, especially not a February game. Right now, or, at least until in a few weeks. So you're going to have to bear with that. But I can do a just chatting stream, I suppose, and I can sort of sit down and be very quiet, which is what I'm doing now. If it sounds, and again, I guess the sort of 2.5, the apology that is attached to this, right? If I sound a bit too close, I must apologize. If I'm any further, I'm going to have to turn my gain up, and that's going to, it's going to capture sound. I hope it's not capturing any sound right now. Actually, it might be, because I do have the window open and there's some wind, and I just don't want any howling going on. Regardless. If it sounds like I'm a little closer than usual, that is because I need to keep an indoor voice so as to not disturb anyone, because we need to be quiet, or so as not to disturb the people in the other room. I don't know why I said we. You are not a part of this. I am a part of this, and I need to keep my voice relatively low to be respectful. The last thing I want is for someone to barge in and go, "What is that? Why is there an anime character on your screen, Karis?" And no, they won't say Karis. They'll say my government name, and this whole thing is gonna fall apart. And I do not want anyone hearing my government name today or ever. That would be ideal. Can you have the music? That's a good point. Sorry, let me do that now. Okay, hold on. I just need to. I think my volume mixing is a little off today. It should be. It should be it. Okay. The stream's live version of getting mailed back after for the chairman to the war. I'm not going to a war. I'm going. Okay, well, where do I begin, right? Is there like a kid with a DS past bedtime? Do not close the DS up like New Super Mario. I can confirm, don't do that. You know, a kid who read under the covers with a flashlight past bedtime? I did both of those things. Can you say your name was common though? It is, but it's just like, there's a part of it that's like, it's just not. I don't know how to explain it. I have yet to. It's like, it's a common name, but that doesn't mean. But you don't know which common name it is, right? And I'm not going to. Like, I would really not want people to know what it is, because I think there is. I think more than anything, it's not really just. It's not really like, you know, personal information per se, because that I'm not really so much of a. That I don't care so much. I think it really is the commitment to the character that would feel like it's being betrayed in some way. That the pseudonymity that VTubing allows me to achieve, and I just feel like a lot of the work, or a lot of the opportunity that VTubing allows me is not a lot, but a significant bit of VTubing is taken away from me if you were to, for example, know my government name. There's like a, it really is the artistry that I care about the most. You share personal that goes deaf for a second, so don't worry. Okay. The ability to memory hole any names to hear over the past few years of VTuber reviewing. So the thing is, like, I think some VTubers do want that for one reason or another, or maybe they want, for example, if they have the stream under like a corpo account, some VTubers like to also have a side account, or like not a private one, but one that's like a personal one that they still engage with and operate in. And I think that is like, because they're still sort of engaging with that, that's, I think, a choice that they make. The choice that they make. With it still being a public space, of course. But I don't think there's anything I want to engage with with my government name that is relevant at the moment to VTubing, and so it just feels like, oh well, that's a little unfortunate, isn't it? Won't share the government name because he knows I'll push it on marriage. All right, okay. That's a good way for me to bring me back to what the hell I was going to say. I have a few things I want to talk about, and they really are just some of the things that I've thought about the past few weeks. And I would like to, although I've spent probably the past, like, how long? Maybe 10 minutes trying to preface it. But I will be sharing things that are not, strictly speaking, completely characteristic of Caris Euphonor, the first and last philosopher VTuber, the last librarian of Alexandria. Because the last librarian of Alexandria doesn't leave the library to go visit his parents and his family. Extended family, really. Last librarian of Alexandria doesn't go through airport security. And so, but there are certain things I think that are worth, or maybe not worth, but that could be talked about, that I find could be fun to share. But also, above all else, are just to sort of add the second layer. It's to put the character away for a moment, to turn to the audience, to quote unquote break the fourth wall, to sort of address the audience directly, to let you know that this is a stage play, this is a production, this is a whole thing that's been set up to create the illusion of a world, of a fantasy, of an escape, something to escape into, something to sort of immerse yourself in order to sort of momentarily relieve yourself from the extremities of the external world, the world that we share. And that's all very fun, but I do have a strong commitment to the artistry behind that world. But I also have a responsibility as the actor to sort of tear down the world in a Brechtian sense, right? To tear the world down, maybe not tear it down, but to sort of to pull the curtain back a little bit, just to let you know that what you are enjoying is ultimately not real. Okay, does that make sense? I think that should make sense. You're thinking way too heavily about the idea that at the end of the day you're just a dude on the internet. Like, you can break character at your discretion and share what you're comfortable. Absolutely, I can, but I want to do it. I want to do it in a way that could only be done by a philosopher VTuber, and this is the way I've chosen to do it. Whatever that may mean. It doesn't mean anything, but whatever that may mean, right? She's accidentally found Mickey Mouse in the Disneyland in a staff-only area. Oh, thanks. Hey, right? This platform of escapism. Anyways, so that's the idea of the stream. Okay, the idea of the stream is there's a sort of it's a sort of peek behind the curtain, just to let you know what's that the production, both it serves multiple purposes. One of them is to let you know that there is production going on. It's not dead. Your emotional investment has not gone away forever, I think, unless I get hit by a car, which I shouldn't be saying. I'm sorry. Okay, that's one of the many things I must remind myself is that there sometimes when I joke about bad things happening, it's not too obvious that I'm joking, because I play it off with a sense of sincerity, which is part of the joke, right? I sort of sell the joke of something bad happening to me by emoting in a way that's like, yeah, it could happen, and I wouldn't be surprised if it did. And it's sort of this, maybe not suicidal, but this is sort of this apathy for the fate of my existence, which is untrue, but that's what sells the joke, right? The joke is that there is this apathy, like, what the hell's going on? But that's not the reality of things. Anyways, I am not going away forever. Okay, that's the peek behind the curtain. But I am in fact going to be very busy during the next month. I think, okay. The VTuber friends is next time, but the actress of the person thing to watch. That's true, right? But I'm not just the person who's acting. I am acting, right? There's like if that makes any sense, right? There's like the commitment to the world being created is part of what makes VTubing, like the potential of VTubing at least, so enticing to me. And if I were to just sort of let that go without good reason, then what's the bloody point? What's the point of going through all the effort and all the debt and poor financial decisions to set up a channel for VTubing, right? There's so much that goes into it that's really just an artistic pursuit. It's really just this sort of like, I want this, like, it's a self-expression, it's an art, it's a maybe not a comfort, like, I think it's a healthy discomfort, the healthy discomfort that pushes me forward. Anyways, I'm gonna ask for your lines midstream. I'll try not to. Although I do have the bad habit of sort of like, and it's a good and bad thing, right? The good part of it is I can commit myself to the emotion of the moment really well, but the moment I run out of steam, because I just don't, I'm not that quick with my words. So the moment I run out of the steam, like the ammunition, right, the fuel, which are my words, I trip up. It's almost like I'm very bad at slowing myself down to a pace where I can improvise. So if I, for example, were like delivering a line and I was really committed to that bit of the character, and I would say like maybe 2 more lines after that, it would be like I would not be able to carry on for much longer than 2 lines, because after that I go, oh shit, I've deviated too far from what was supposed to be the script. Anyways, okay, sorry, I have to, dude, I have something to say. I did. Okay. Shit. I hit something. Sorry. Yes. So, okay, I'm gonna stop hitting things now. February is looking kind of rough. Okay, that's what I will say. February is a month of all time. It's a it's a month that will happen. It's a month that will happen in let's see, how many days? How many days until how many days are in January? It'll happen in roughly 2 days, okay? In roughly 2 days, the month of February will begin. And this means this means nothing to most people. And this means something to some people. It means a lot of stress for me. Which is just a little annoying. Just a little bit. And part of the stress is because I very brazenly, many months ago, did promise, say, hey, we're gonna do something really fun for February. I have an idea for it, and I think I know what I'm going with. I think I understand the theme. I think there are some interesting games to play that are different from the ones I usually play or have played so far, both on and off stream. Like these are games I don't really dabble in. That's really fun. It's really exciting, and I've been talking about it, and people enjoy it. But this was all made. These plans were made before the intrusiveness of real life has begun. Has sort of started to creep its nasty fingers into my plans, right? It's before that. And so what I want to say is, I think there is a world where February streams will start maybe on the okay, let me just look at like the week of the 16th, right? And it goes on for the next 2 weeks. So the 16th to 22nd, 23rd to 20th, right? Like there's a world where the streams, there's 2 weeks of Currency for Nora going on in the last 2 weeks of February, okay? There's a world where that happens. And I think if everything goes well and goes smoothly, that world is the one we are enroaching into, okay? And if that were the case, that would be very good and very happy. But to make that happen, I'm going to have to put a lot of work into making sure things work very quickly, and things are fine, and nothing is just like, and everything in my life does not immediately fall apart from the duct tape and wishful thinking that has sealed it together so far, okay? And I just cannot make that promise to you. And I apologize. I can't. It's something I did say I do, and now I'm just like, I would love to do it, but I don't know, man. And that's the worst part, is like, I can't just, it's not like, no, it's not happening. Because if it's that, then at least there's this sort of confirmation. And this uncertainty bothers me on multiple levels. But I'm sure it bothers people too. Whether or not it's a big, frustration, or just minor, small one. It is a frustration nonetheless. It's good to either just know either something's happening or not. If it's just up in the air, it's it's difficult to plan around, and people have busy schedules, and expectations cannot just be played around like that. So, when I say, I don't know, man. I don't know if February is going to go the way I want it to go. This is not because I don't take this seriously. It's because I am taking this maybe perhaps a bit too seriously. Because if I wasn't taking it seriously, I would have just been like, nah, fuck that. We're not doing that. I'm gonna take my time with shit. There are factors within my control. There are factors outside my control. Things are happening, and I think I like the things that are happening, but it's just such a headache to deal with. God. Tired. Sorry. Even if we don't get karaoke, like an r/relationship advice react court stream. That's happening. Yeah, I'll try to do that at least. So okay, here's the deal. The newest. Pray that I do not alter the deal any further. Okay, here's the deal right now that I've altered already. On the week of the 16th, on the week of the 23rd, so the last 2 weeks of February, I am going to stream. And it's going to be February themed, and then once that's over, it's over. Okay, so it's already cut in half from what was originally promised, but this is the deal that I've altered. Pray that I do not alter it any further. However, if I cannot make the first, the week of the 16th or the 17th, I'll push it back. I'll try to have this sort of thing be encompassed into 2 weeks. Delay freaky February to indecent March or appetizing April. Oh man. Okay. That's the annoying, logistical, oh, when are you coming back? Stuff out of the way, okay? That's when I'm coming back. That was supposed to be the short answer. That was supposed to be the short announcement before I got into some of the anecdotes I wanted to get into. What the hell? Okay. And it's been 50 minutes. Okay. All right. Yes. Yes, and I appreciate everyone chat being supportive. I understand, and honestly, on some level, did expect people to be supportive more than anything, but that's not the idea. The idea is to just hold myself to a standard that I want to hold myself to. And I think, and I want to hope, and I want to promise that this is the last fucky thing that goes. This is the last annoying, uncertain bullshit that I have to deal with in the near future. And after that, generally I'll be able to plan things out in a way that it's a bit more predictable. But there's never, it's always it's actually one more thing, right? There's always a one more thing, or whatever. That's not even what the hell I wanted to talk about. That's not even at all what I wanted to spend this stream doing. I wanted to spend this stream sharing some anecdotes that are going to be a bit out of character, and it would be in an inside voice, which I realize I'm raising a little bit as I'm getting more comfortable with the stream. Shouldn't be getting too comfortable. I'm going to be a little less comfortable now and be a bit more quiet. Apologies. Okay. I think I've bored everyone. I think most people have left. Okay. Here's the deal. Or rather, here's the first. I should probably hold on. Okay, yeah, I wanted to. Okay, before I get into the anecdotes, some of the anecdotes, I do want to say that I had wanted to, in my time off, take some time to polish up the library and the way it looks. I haven't. It still looks the same and operates the same, and I didn't even. And I was thinking, okay. Here's like, I've got to make a confession. Okay, I'm gonna make a confession to everyone right now. My name is Walter Hartwell White, and this, I've been for the past 2 weeks, I've been looking at, because I've been out of stream, and I've been like, I've really wanted to stream so badly. I'm very fortunate to have found right now to stream, not for a little bit, and if not very quietly, but to stream nonetheless, right? But it's been difficult. It's been hectic, and just could not find the appropriate time and place to do a stream, right? And so because of that, I've just been staring at my channel, and I've been staring at 450 subs for so long. I've been like, my eyes, I'm just like, I'm like, it's so close. I'm like, all I have to do is just do one more Class of 09 stream, and I can just fucking figure out monetization. It's gonna be so great. And yeah, like the numbers are starting to get to me, man. Like, because I can't put my energy into anything, like into, actually streaming and doing things. Now I'm just thinking about like the numbers. What do they mean? And in my head, I was like, okay, how can I cheat? How can I cheat? I was thinking, how can I cheat? I know I'm a liar and I'm a cheat. I was thinking, how can I break the rule that I sort of set out for myself when I was like, okay, I'm not doing any more Class of 09 content unless there's something new that's come out from, SPM3, Wrath Club, or whatever, that is something I can play or react to. But if there's nothing new that's come out officially, so far I've done one stream, one to two streams for every like piece of content they've come out with, and in which I have spent more than enough time talking about the games and the media. But because this is the thing that people love to watch so much, I was like, how the hell do I cheat this rule and like just do one more Class of 09 thing, just to get the algorithm to push me just a little further, just like, and I'm sure like, I'll just do one more thing, I'll get like 50 subs. That's easy. Every time I do a Class of 09 thing, I get an explosion. I get like at least 100 subs, like every time. And like the mark of my VTuber viewership journey is defined by every time I've done a Class of 09 stream. Okay, that's the extent of how much I think YouTube has like labeled my channel as a fucking as a fucking Class of 09 channel. Anyways, and one of the things I was thinking about was like, okay, I can edit. What if I edit like a video or like a clip, a short like clip compilation of me talking about it, and I can upload, maybe not highlights, but like my rants on 09, the questions I haven't asked multiple times. Maybe I'll just put that into like one video, and I'll title it my honest thoughts on class of '09, on '09, and then like or maybe like my honest thoughts on the new whatever like thing, and then like that would be the title, and then the thumbnail would be like a shot, like an annoyed, like a very like expressive VTuber face, and then the text on the thumbnail is like class of '09, the flop side, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. And then like I was like, this, like if I could just do that, and like it wouldn't be any new content, it would just be content that I'm just recycling. I'm just recycling clips and things I've already said, and I'll just put that into it like a video, and I'll just upload it, and then it's gonna work, and then I'm gonna get to 500 subs. I can come back to February to this new thing. I can come back with like, and like have like the going away and the coming back feels more like a triumphant sort of return with new things and new ways to like implement the certain changes I've had in mind, like monetization, all of that, right? And I just kept thinking like about this stuff, and then I just like in my head, that's when I was like, I need to stream. Like I need to stream right now. I was thinking about this a few days ago, right? This thought came to my head a few days ago, and I was like, this is a sign. Like I am itching. I want to do a live stream so badly just to get my creative energy out, but it should be for something that's like for the primary motive of creating a live stream that I think is a fun and maybe like interesting experience, instead of just, how do I push a channel to a certain number? Like that's ridiculous. That is the antithesis of everything I've done so far. I have gone out of my way to not get lost in the sauce. I've gone out of my way to make sure I don't to sort of retain some level of integrity and commitment to the shitty live streams that I do. And it's not the actual quality of them that matters, but to me at least, but the intent, the commitment. And if I were to break that now under this temptation, like it wouldn't, well, what does that say about the philosopher VTuber? I think my willpower needs to be stronger than this, is what I thought. Genuinely think they'll push you over 500, go for it. The thing is, like the worst part is like I don't know if it will. I think it has a good chance to, but if it doesn't, if it's just kind of flops, right? If it's just a video compilation of certain clips and people aren't interested, because I'm not good at editing clips, and I don't know which parts of clips of me are like worth watching or are interesting, because to me I'm like everything I say is interesting and worth listening to, but I know that's not true because people don't care. Well, like most people I know do, but people who I don't know wouldn't care about, be saying my opinion on certain things. So if that doesn't work, it's just gonna look awful. And then what am I gonna do? Am I gonna delete it? No, I don't think I've also made another promise where no matter how embarrassing something is or how awful something might look out of context, I'm like, I want to retain every stream I've done as a VOD. I don't want to delete anything, and so far I have not. There's one exception, but that is because I was playing a game and the game doxed my Steam name, which was before I'd changed it to Chair. My Steam name is Chair right now. If you can, I'm sure it's innocuous enough that if you go on Steam and looked for the word Chair, you wouldn't be able to know which one is me. So that's fine. But like it was a more specific name before that, and the game doxed my name out of nowhere as a joke, and the game wasn't even very good. And so I deleted that. I unarchived that stream. I don't think anyone here remembers, because I don't think anyone was here when I did that stream. But anyways, that's the only exception. In every other case, I have not deleted anything off of my channel. I've said terrible things and awful things in the context of certain texts I've read, or like books I've read, like, swears, terrible, misogynistic things, slurs. Like I've read very mature content. And like that stuff, if you take it out of context, that can sound pretty bad. But to me, it's like, well, there's only malice if one were to try to just take things out of context and make it look bad. And I thought, well, like if someone is really hell-bent on doing that, there's just no way to go around it, right? It is what it is. So I've elected to also not remove anything. But anyways, the point, what the hell was I? Okay, sorry. The point was, I'm not doing anything. I am streaming stuff, and what? That's not what I wanted to say. What did I want to say? I'm scrolling through chat now. There's a thriller TV show called Class of 09. You can react to that with a clickbait thumbnail. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. No. Do an expose on the creator and his approach work and newfound fame. Join the Class of 09 Discord. I think expose videos are super interesting. Like documentaries, like CoffeeZilla. I love CoffeeZilla. I love watching CoffeeZilla so much. Enjoy. Who else does like sort of expose style? Megalag somewhat recently did that video on Honey, right? Like I only found their channel through Honey, the Honey video. Very, very good work. Unfortunately, I don't think that's work I would be good at doing, or I would be too interested in doing. I would love to watch it. I would love to support it. I myself, I don't think I would do it personally. Permissions I want to do it. Okay, so the thing is, like, it can't. Okay, I've talked about this before. I'll talk about it again briefly, right? Like for clipping. I don't think. I think if I should not have any influence over clipping, over people making clips of me, because if I do, then I'm clipping myself, and if I'm clipping myself, there are several reasons why I don't want to clip. Okay, the first reason I don't want to clip myself is because frankly, I would be bad at it. I don't know what's funny. I don't know what people want to see. I don't know what people want to clip. I don't know what is worth clipping and what isn't. And my perspective on myself is a lot more different from people's perspective. And I would say that the average viewer has a better idea of what's funny or clip-worthy, whatever, worth sharing than I do. Because I'm going to go like, this entire stream where I read Plato is a highlight and everyone should watch it. But I think that the algorithm and most people would disagree because that's boring or whatever. With that said, and sorry, and that's like the first, probably biggest reason why I wouldn't clip myself, right? Or I wouldn't. The second thing is also like, if I were to clip myself, I wouldn't clip anything that I would think is like embarrassing or something. I wouldn't, like, I couldn't clip myself doing something stupid, because then if I do, then it's also like, there's a part of it that's not genuine then, because then it's sort of the, do you know the saying, or maybe not the recent saying, it's a recent saying, but do you know the idea of like, oh, I'm just, you're clip baiting or you're clip farming? Like, I don't want to fall into that bad behavior as a streamer. And I think it's bad, not in like the moral sense, but I think it's bad in like, I think your content suffers overall if you try to clickbait, quote unquote. And in order to prevent myself from even having that inclination, I should have zero control over what gets clipped of me. Because if I have some control, then I could bait the clip and I could do this thing, and then, and I could just clip it myself and like put it on like, wow, VTuber says what? Question mark, whereas if it's completely out of my control, and if I try to clickbait, there is a good chance that it just doesn't, like, it's not clipped and seen anyways, for reasons or otherwise. Anyways, that's like one of the other reasons. So what's one of the reasons? Third reason is because clipping is work, and I cannot do it myself. That I can't do myself because I just don't have the time or effort and energy for it. But if I have someone else do it for me on my behalf, I have to pay them, and I'm mega broke. I think, okay, this is the character break. This is the character break stream. Okay, this is the character break stream. I commissioned Art Team to create Kara Sufredor. Okay. I haven't paid Art Team yet. I have not paid our team yet for this commission. And this is terrible. Like, this is horrible. It's not that bad in the sense that like our team has agreed to this, and our team knew that this would happen beforehand. Like, this is not like a sudden like our team did the whole thing and I was like, haha, actually I'm not gonna pay. That's not what happened. Okay, what happened was I approached our team and I was like, I need you to create Karasufenor for me. And because I see something and I really want to pursue it and I think it would be like incredible, but I also do not have the financial means to pay you back. This is essentially a passion project, and because of that, I also couldn't like. But also I want this to be technically a commission, because I recognize that this is intense labor, and thought and effort. But I won't be able to pay you back immediately. And so I was like, are you up for this, our team? And our team said yes. Our team was up for it. Our team, she did everything. And here I am right now. I'm paying our team an exposure. God. And so the agreement was I would pay her commission fee rate when I can. And that's like when everything sort of works out a little better than it does right now. This is the character break stream. I don't mind saying this. It's not, I don't think it's like, I think it's better I say it than like I imply it, but I don't outwardly like mention it. And I also think it's like, I don't care if it paints me in a negative light. I think if it does, then it's well deserved. Frankly, if it does, it's totally well deserved. But but this paints our team in a more positive light, and I'm totally okay with that. So, and clipping with streams, so we can not only clip funny stuff but also some interesting rants. You could as well, but I don't know which ones are the interesting ones, right? Been sitting on clipping the window shopping stream for so long. I mean, don't feel any pressure to do it, but it'd be funny. Fuck, we can have a library of Karasufenor. I literally exist in the Library of Alexandria. I do think it's right there. I think it's right there. I'm not saying, I'm baiting it, but I am saying if someone wanted to do what, NL's librarian does, it's pretty easy. I would imagine it wouldn't be too difficult. Anyways. You know how confused I was when I was watching NL and realized the main clipper gets called librarian? I was like, holy shit. Okay, so here's the thing, actually. I came up with the Library of Alexandria and all of that before I really got into NL enough to start watching The Librarian. Like the Library of Lit Turner was the channel name. So when that happened, I was like, oh shit, am I clashing with this? But then I thought it's too late now. I'm going forward with it. There's plenty of librarians out there, like librarian identity kayfabes, so I think it's okay. Our team's insane? Absolutely. Oh, absolutely, our team's insane. And librarians are the same tips. Yeah, so also the other thing I wanted to say is like, when I enabled monetization on the channel, there's two streams that like any sort of donation would go to, okay? The first stream is money that would be used potentially to purchase certain things that are strictly for streaming purposes. If it is not like at least 80% for streaming, then like this shit should not be like, from donations, at least in the near future, right? The other stream is just to pay our team back. Like that's like the other stream monetization. I'm not gonna, which is, it's a few words, but it's a few words to say that I'm not gonna feel it. Like even if I were to get monetization soon, I'm not gonna feel it for a while. But you know, that's something I've well thought of in advance, and I did not mind the idea of. It's just library of NL streams as well. It's not like they're going full kayfabe. Yeah, but like Librarian does a great job. I would say if there's anyone who, not even for kayfabe, but is acting like, is managing a library, it would be the librarian. Like this guy's commitment to NL clips and NL history. Like he's like an NL historian who is a librarian. Like he knows, he's a librarian, except not only does he manage the books in the archives, he's also like split them up and collected them and like wrote, and like in some cases copied down the manuscripts by hand. Like it's insane the amount of work that goes into it. He's not even paid, he's just sharing. Yeah, so that's the thing, is like I think that's the best way to do it, because NL has no influence, or like no influence beyond just the regular streamer chatter or streamer viewer experience over what librarian clips. So librarian gets to do shit like posting NL, like singing songs with clips of like Ame singing them in a karaoke stream. Like librarian gets to do that, or like, you know, fauna clips, right? Librarian gets to do that because librarian is his own identity, and he's not being paid he's not being paid by NL. And that's like an example of things that like sprout naturally if allowed to operate outside of, you know, the direct control of the content creator. Like, because if NL was managing the librarian channel and librarian was being paid by NL, then NL, like, that's not the type of thing, or it maybe not the type of, but this type of thing would be a lot more difficult to publish, right? There'd be a lot more friction in this. And the fact that there is no friction to this, in some cases, to some controversy, people going like, hey librarian, we're here to watch NL clips, stop putting VTuber shit here, you know, like is so funny and so like unique to this specific dynamic that I think it works. Like, this is the way it should be, you know. We elected librarian. Anyway, that's not like, I'm not trying to pressure people to go like, there's got to be a chosen one in here. I don't think that's like, I think the last thing to do is to you know, push, because if that push doesn't last forever, if I like try to like pressure you know people I know maybe, or like someone in chat to be like, hey, you should clip me and then I'll pay you in clout or whatever the fuck, right? Like, then you would do it for a little bit and then realize this isn't worth it at all, and then like not anymore. It would make no, like, it just wouldn't. Do you see what I mean? It needs to be a machine. There needs to be a loop. There needs to be a back and forth. There needs to be a give and take. There needs to be a symbiotic relationship. There cannot just be like a little bit of a nudge. Like, Librarian's a historically important monk. Singletty writing the canon. I think Librarian's like married actually, but we're not sure. I think we have no idea what the Librarian lore is. He posts on Twitter a lot, and he's appeared on a stream a video on someone made a video on NL and invited Librarian to speak about some of like bits of NL, and this is for the first time I heard his voice, and like, you know, Librarian talking about his own life for a little bit, because you don't usually hear his voice ever or like really know what's going on. But interesting person. What you're saying is, if I get really good at editing clip your streams, you'll shout me out. What I'm saying is, if anyone clips my streams, I'll shout them out, good or bad. In the same way that if anyone does fan art of me, I would love to display it. I would love to show it off. That's just fun. Like, that's really cool. But that's enough. Okay, that's enough talk about Chanalytics. Like, I need to stop talking about Chanalytics so much. It's boring. And it doesn't matter to most people. And I just realized I put anecdotes here. Technically, this is an anecdote because the anecdote is how I've just for the past 2 weeks been like grumbling about like numbers and stuff, and like I've just been getting an itch, but that's devolved into channel speak. So let's move away from that. Let me just do this. Hold on. Okay, anecdote slides. Okay, now this is something that's difficult to speak on in character. So I'm not even going to bother. Okay, this is not something that works at all with the character. So there's a significant amount of immersion breaking that's going to happen right now. Okay. But flights are very... I really enjoy flights. And as I was flying a few weeks ago to sort of visit family, because I wanted to over Christmas, but I couldn't. I flew a few weeks ago to visit family, right? And I'm still currently visiting family. I'm with the Verfremdungseffekt, okay? Are you one of those people that every time you get on a plane there's a turbulence, you're like, I might die, regardless of how often you fly? I don't think I might die. I think, like, if I were to die now, it wouldn't be so bad. You know what I mean? Like, I think dying in a plane... Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Because planes are really... I actually really like planes. I like being on planes. It gets a little uncomfortable for certain parts of it. That's true. But I'm usually so overwhelmed by when I'm on planes that it's like I'm going somewhere that that far outweighs the sort of maybe like the joints in my ankles being discomforted because I'm a philosophy major. Do you really expect me to sit anywhere other than in a shitty economy seat, like between two other people that are not happy with my presence? Anyways, I think, okay, forget the planes. I want to talk about airport lounges. Okay, I've been on flights. I've been fortunate enough as part of my childhood and subsequent adulthood until my 60 years of existence. Okay, I've been fortunate enough to, by the way, I'm going to maintain that I'm 60 years old. This is not for character reasons. This is for the fact that I just need to insist hard enough that I'm 60 so that, like, even if you know that's probably untrue, if you were to think what is Karen Sufernor's age, your first instinct is to say 60 because I keep saying it so much. And even if it's untrue, and even if I know it's untrue, even if you know it's untrue, even if I know that you know, even if you know that I know it's untrue, even if I know that you know that I know that it's untrue, the fact that I keep saying it is going to embed it in your mind, okay? But anyways, in my 60 years of existence, I've been on many planes, been on many flights, I've been to various places around the world. I've never been in a lounge before. I have never been in an airport lounge. Why? Because being in an airport lounge is, for all intents and purposes, and for every circumstance that I've been in, an unnecessary expenditure that usually is far over budget. Don't know what being on a plane is like. It's a difficult thing to describe. It's because I think it's different for different people. Some people really don't like it. Some people just are like, I want to just like get off of this as soon as possible. But I really enjoy most, if not every aspect of it, even for really long 10-hour flights, which I am not unfamiliar with. Anyways, I had I got into a lounge for the first time recently because part of the package for the flight purchase included a free lounge visit. And it wasn't because we paid more for a ticket, and it wasn't a particularly premium ticket. In fact, it was kind of a shitty ticket. Like, it was a ticket for a considerable distance, but it was for like a not so popular and not so good airline that they were trying to sell more tickets. So it was, not only was it the cheap, like a really cheap option, like it was just for affordability reasons, but it was also like unpopular, and so they had to sell it even further by packaging this this free lounge entry, right? So I went, so I got into the lounge, and this was during like a layover. It was like a 4-hour layover. Okay. And I got into this lounge, and you have no idea the ecstasy I felt. I do think it probably was one of the greatest feelings I'd ever felt in my 60 years of existence. Okay, well, it's not that good. It was quite the euphoric shock. It was a bit of a shock, really. When I walked in, you know, scanned the entry ticket and everything, and they said that the alcohol was free and unlimited. oh my goodness, you don't know. Like it was, when I was all of that, like I was staring at it wasn't a shelf, it was a tabletop, it was a countertop, and they just had bottles of liquor. They weren't very good, like obviously they weren't very good liquor. It was very like store shelf liquor, but that's more like, that's more, I don't drink expensive, you know. I drink to try to, I drink because there's no other, like, it's like you know how like when your computer, you have to shut down and it doesn't shut down because, you know, something's wrong with the computer, and like no matter how many times you click on shut down, it doesn't work. And so you have to just hold the power button down for 10 seconds or 20 seconds or whatever. It's like 10 seconds, right? That's me with alcohol, okay? The alcohol for me is holding down the power button, okay? It is like a necessary component of my existence, but is also relatively destructive if abused too much. So I try not to abuse it too much, but it's wonderful. You drink to forget? I don't really drink to forget. I drink to slow my head down, and it really helps to do that. But anyways, that shit was just free. And I was gleefully, and there was also like a buffet, which was nice too, but the buffet didn't really have too many food options. I grabbed some food, sat down, ate it, and then you know, had some like tea. I think I had some tea or something. And I just ran straight to the liquor counter and just started like, mainly I was just emptying the whiskey bottle. It wasn't particularly good whiskey, like it was just like somewhat mediocre, like store brand whiskey, but I was just like, oh my goodness, I hadn't had whiskey in so long. I just started emptying the bottle of whiskey into my glass, and then it was out because the bottle was always empty. And in that not desperation, but in that like moment, I was like, fuck it, what else? And I looked around and I saw a bottle of was it gin? I think it was gin. I saw a bottle of gin, and I was just like, oh well, but you know, I don't have enough alcohol in my glass. Oh well. And I just took the gin and put it in as well. So I just had this like terrible concoction, that I just gleefully brought back to my state, and I don't think it tasted really good at all. I don't think it was meant to be combined this way. I don't think people should be drinking these. Also, like, apparently it's bad to mix alcohol. But so here's, okay, you have to, someone in chat has to tell me what's wrong with this, okay? Someone in chat, one of you needs to be responsible and tell me what's wrong. Because when someone says, Karis, you shouldn't mix alcohol, because mixing it makes it more potent and you get drunk a lot easier. And I'm like, that's not a reason that it's bad. That's a reason why that's good. That's a reason why that's awesome. Hell yeah. You'd say no more. I'm sold. But someone needs to tell me why that's bad. But that was what I was doing like the whole time. And I was just happily drinking. I had a glass of whiskey, or mostly whiskey. Sometimes it was a whiskey into something else, but it was usually just whiskey because they refilled the bottle once. The first time around, the first time around when I emptied it, they refilled the bottle again. So there was like a full amount of whiskey in there. And I would just like, I just huddled in this like corner. I huddled in this little sofa couch corner that's like a one-person like mini cubicle almost. There was an outlet, so I just plugged my phone in. And it was charging. I was like, yes, my phone is charging. I've got whiskey in a glass in my hand, and I'm watching NL clips. Yes, I was watching NL clips. I remember the one I was watching the fucking the librarian video where Northern Lion was he was going on far too long on this bit where he would start rapping. He was like, I think the video was called like NL on teaching Kendrick Lamar everything he knew or something, I forget, whatever. And it was just for 20 minutes NL doing the most, okay, I don't know any better way to say this, and if this is a poor way to put it, I apologize beforehand, but I just can't think of a better way to put it, right? NL just engages in the most white person behavior and just starts rhyming shit for 20 minutes in this, like, it's, you know, when white people started to get into the get into hip-hop. And he just kept doing it, and he just like for like, I don't know how long the stream was. Like, people in the comments saying it was a long time. I was just watching a clip of it. It was like 20 minutes of him just doing that, and I was just giggling. I was having the time of my life just watching the clip. He's like, I wrote all of, yeah, he says, he goes like, I wrote all of To Pimp a Butterfly and performed it at my middle school talent show. I taught Kendrick everything he knew. Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, that's the clip. Yeah, I watched that. It was so, it was so funny. I was crying. I was like, my eyes, like I had tears in my eyes from how funny it was. Anyways, I'm enjoying this glass whiskey as I'm watching NL clips. Just sitting in my corner, and little did I realize that, like, oh shit, like some time has passed and I'm about to board my next flight. And I didn't think it was a big deal, too much of a big deal, because I was like, I've got like 40 minutes until boarding, right? That's fine. Like, until departure, I've got 40 minutes. We'll go now. I was like, I'll just walk out and see how far I am to the departure gate. And it turns out, instead of being 5 minutes away, like I thought, I was actually 15 minutes away. And so I started running to the departure gate, half drunkenly. I wasn't too drunk. Like, you how drunk can you get when you're only given like 3 hours, right? Okay, well, anyways, I just ran to the departure gate. I got there as they were closing off the line. What are those called? Yeah, the queue, the things they have, the stands with the they're not ribbons. What the hell are they? They're the thing that sort of pulls out. I don't know what that, like a cue stand, like a they were just rolling that shit out. Okay, that was what's going on. And I ran. I was like, oh my god! Like I at least in my head, I was like, I made it. Like, you know, I'm good. I'm fine. I just barely made it. I showed them my thing, and they were like, "Where's your ticket?" And I went, because 3-4 hours ago when I landed in this layoff zone, I couldn't find anyone at the counter, and this lady next to the counter of my airline, from a different airline, she goes, "Oh, it's fine. You can just show up to the departure gate and they'll print your ticket for you there." And I was like, "Are you sure?" I asked I asked 3 times. I was like, "Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure?" She said, "Yes, absolutely." She said, "Yes, you can just go and ask them for the ticket and they'll print for you there. So long as you show them your flight details or whatever, your passport and everything." And I said, okay, sure. And like the person, and so when I was at dividers, thank you, yeah, they were rolling the dividers out. Anyways, like 3 hours unlimited access would mean I'd miss my flight because it would be in the Family Guy death pose at the gate. I was not, because I was like I wasn't doing this shit where I was like, I gotta push as much alcohol in my body as possible, but I was more like, you know, I'm enjoying this, I'm just constantly like having it, but I wasn't like downing shit. So for 3 hours of my regular drinking pace, it was not enough to like completely get me into a drunken state. I'll be a personal sommelier, mixing different types of alcohol. For example, rye, whiskey, and molasses rum can make your tummy upset for beginner drinkers. Okay. That gets your tummy upset? Okay, I do not want my tummy to be upset. It would not be good. I would just want to be really drunk. You wouldn't be hammering it either, you just get nerfed. Okay, fair enough. But anyways, I was at the gate and I heard the person at the counter going like, "Oh, like this, like, you don't have a ticket, like I don't think we can let you on." And I was like, the fucking person, the lady at the gate earlier 4 hours ago said this would be fine. And I was like, you know, slurring my words. Well, I wasn't slurring my words. I was like, because I wasn't drunk. I was just like a little tipsy. But I was like saying it, trying to maintain, like trying to sound, like you know when you're trying to sound normal is when you're not sounding normal. Like when you're trying to sound sober is when you're not sober. I was trying to sound sober, so I knew I wasn't sober enough, right? That's the idea. And I was telling her, like, there's no way that's been a mistake. The person told me this is exactly what I should be doing. This is my flight. This is a connected flight. I need to get on this now, or else I'm missing the flight after that, and I'm mega screwed. So I need to get on the thing. And like they tapped on the computer for a while, and the staff, there was like 5 or 6. There were 5 or 6 staff. They were talking to each other, and I think eventually one of them says to like another person, "Oh, we've got like 2 extra. We've got 2 seats empty because 2 people didn't show up, so we can give him one of them." And that's what they did, I believe, probably. People at the front desk at airport are liars, and professional deceivers. Do not trust them. They've always led me astray. Well, now I know, and I will not trust them again, but now I know. Be a personal mixologist because now to make shit taste good. Else it doesn't poison you. Well, I'm not taking applications, but I will consider yours if I do. If I'm taking any, if I ever consider applications for personal mixologists, I will consider this. I will consider this entry, but I'm not, and I don't think I will. But then I got on the flight finally, and they put my ass in like a middle seat, and I was like next to two other people, and they were not like happy with me being there, because I got on the plane. I was like one of the last people on the plane, and it was like a 3-person row, and these two people on the edges of this row were thinking, great, there's like a middle spot, we can, you know, stretch our limbs and put our bags in. And then they just see me fucking waddling in half drunk with my huge ass coat that I can't get off properly, by the way. Can I tell you? Oh my god, I forgot I had to tell you this. So I tweeted this. I tweeted this when it happened. Okay, I like when I was leaving my house and I was like I got on the tram, and I was putting my coat on, or I put my coat on too early, or too hastily as I was leaving, and so it was put on incorrectly, and the zipper was mismatched. Basically, it was like lodged in a weird spot, and essentially I just couldn't take it out. And so I got on the tram and I just started like nudging into the thing, and then like other people were obviously staring at me, so I would do that. Like I would yank at the coat. Sorry, I'm a little loud. I'm a little tilted. I'm a little frustrated by this experience, right? As I'm just recalling it now again. I was like, I was yanking at the coat, and as I'm yanking it, people were staring at me, and so I have to pretend like, oh, it's actually fine. Like, so I yank it for like 10 seconds, and then I just kind of, it's like, what am I doing? Like, I don't even know what I'm doing. And then I put it down, and I just like pretend like nothing's wrong. Like I'm sitting down, like, yeah, no, this is fine. And I look out the window, pretending like I'm enjoying the scenery, when in fact, the only thing that's on my mind is my stupid fucking coat. And then like 20 seconds of like staring at the scenery later, I'm just like back to yanking at the coat. I was like, I felt like Mr. Bean. Like I felt like Rowan Atkinson. Like I just felt like I was like, this is not, you shouldn't be looking at me. No one should be looking at me. Please stop perceiving me. And I couldn't take the coat off. And this fucking coat was like this the entire trip. So, okay, sorry, let me just go back. So back on the plane. I'm at the plane now, and like I waddle in. These two poor girls like looked at me and were like, oh, like you know, like they were I think they were trying to be polite, but they were not like but they were not happy to see me. Look, I'm not saying I light up all the women in my life. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying like I make all the women in my life's like days go better. Like, as you can understand from what I currently owe our team, this is not great, right? Like, but I have not felt such, maybe not animosity, but such like they wish I wasn't, like they really wished I was gone. I could see it from them. Anyways, I waddled into the seat. I'd settled in, and then I put my bags down. I'm gonna go, sorry. And they go, it's okay. And then, you know, like they put their bags in the middle seat too, because they thought no one would be there. And I had to be like, oh, sorry, this is your bag. And like, she has to go like, oh, I'm sorry, that's my bag. Let me just go grab that. And then, you know, like it's a whole thing. And then I'm in the seat, and they moved everything aside, and then they're setting up, like they're trying to get comfortable with their like blankets and their like pillows or whatever that are provided to them. I've got my pillows and my blankets as well, but there's like, this shit is everywhere. I got to shuffle my backpack down properly. I have to, you know, like, instead of using the airplane gives you headphones, but they're kind of shitty, so I brought my own headphones. Like a fucking nerd, I brought my own headphones to plug into the entertainment system to watch a film. And like, but before I even did, like, I pulled my headphones out, and I was trying to put the headphone jack in. I'm sweating, by the way. Like, this is all happening. I'm sweating, and I hadn't showered in a little while because it was a long layover from another long flight. Okay, so I'm like plugging the thing in. I plug it in. I put my headphones on, and then I realize, oh shit, I have to take my coat off. And then like, you know, I'm taking I didn't take my headphones back off. I have to unplug it. I put it back in my fucking bag because then otherwise it's everywhere. And then I'm like, and I'm not even taking my coat off like a normal person. I'm taking it off like it's a sweater. Like I'm trying to have it like I'm trying to push it through the sleeves from above me. And listen. I'm not a big person. I would say I am a medium-sized person. I think from what I understand of human anatomy, I classify as the average like young adult human male. Okay, that's my physiology. Okay, and I don't take up more. Like I'm not like a huge guy. Okay, you would be able to tell if I was a huge guy because I'd sound less pathetic. But anyways, but I'm taking my coat off and I have to just stretch my arms out. They're like they are not like they're being polite. The two women like next to me were being very polite, but I could tell they were like annoyed. I was pulling my coat off. I was like not getting it right. I think like I accidentally knocked, like as I was pulling a part of my coat off, I hit the person on my left. Like I hit her like not in the head, but I hit her like headphones as she was taking them off. So I didn't hit her in the head, but I hit her headphones. I was taking them off and I was like, I'm sorry, but I was saying that while the coat was over my face and my head, so it's like you couldn't really see or hear me, but you just kind of you know, like as I take it off, I get I'm finally coat is off, and like I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Okay, I stink. I'm not gonna pretend like I do not have basic human biology, but I do not smell very good. I did not smell very good at the moment, especially after all that struggle and a little bit of the alcohol, really, but it's mainly the struggle. And I could smell myself. Like, you know, when usually as like a person, you get used to your own scent. Like, you don't really know you have a scent until someone else tells you. This is a similar thing with like, you just get used to your own presence. I could smell myself. So I was like, this is not, if I can smell myself, these people are having the worst time of their lives. And then I take, so that's all off. The plane takes off. And shortly after the plane takes off, what happens? Yeah, the person the flight attendant rolls the cart over and asks if for like, you know, would you like any drinks? You know, what would you like? I say orange juice. That's because, you know, I whatever, okay, you could do stuff. There's not, what else? What am I gonna drink? Coffee? No, I'm not gonna drink coffee. First of all, I'm not a coffee person, and second of all, like you're supposed to sleep on long flights so you get used to the time zone. Like, it usually helps to get used to the time zone for where you're arriving, right? Anyways, like you've been stewing on this interaction for 2 weeks. It's been living in, okay, not this entire thing, but as I'm telling this story, I realize how much how much there was to it that's still in my mind. I didn't realize that I was thinking about all of this at the time, but I was. She asks me orange juice, you know, and I say orange juice, but she doesn't hear me, and I say it again, and I think it's because I'm too flustered by my embarrassing display of human sociability that she just still doesn't hear me. And then the girl next to me the woman next to me has to go like, oh, he said like orange juice. And finally goes, oh, okay, here you go. Here's your fucking orange, you dipshit, right? Is probably what she was thinking. She didn't say that, but like I could tell from her eyes that's what she said, okay. And you know, I get my fucking orange juice. We get our drinks, and then, you know, they turn the lights off. They turn the lights off for people to sleep. Okay. I was not in the mood to sleep yet. The two young women next to me were. My ass in the middle turns the TV on and starts watching Inception. Okay, like I've never seen it before. I had never seen. I know philosopher VTuber's never seen. Philosopher VTuber has never seen Inception before. Well, like I was like, there's an opportunity to sit down and enjoy this film, and so I did. But like I turned the bright. Okay, hear me out. Okay, listen. I turned the brightness down to the lowest possible brightness. Okay. I turned it. I was the lowest brightness. It was the lowest brightness. And I was watching it with my own headphones, which were like cup in, so you can't really hear from outside what, like, it's not, if it's the shitty airplane headphones, you can, like, because they're not cup in, you can kind of hear from outside, right, with the audio. But I was using my own headphones, so they were a little bigger, but you know, you couldn't really hear outside. Okay, I was doing my best to minimize the impact I had on the world. And then midway through the movie, I got really thirsty because I was watching them drink like water in the movie, and they were on a plane as well, like in Inception. You know how Inception goes. And I was like, okay, I've been in the mood for water now. I fucking click. There's like a button that was a call for assistance, because I wasn't gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna raise. So because I thought, okay, I don't want to disturb these people, so I'm not gonna raise my hand and go, hey, excuse me, hello. Miss Flight Attendant, I would like some water. Like, I wasn't gonna do that. So instead what I opted to do was to click the button on the little console that's like call for assistance. And what I thought that would do is I thought that would light up the little thing on top, the little icon on top that says you need help. And so, you know, air crew can kind of see it from a distance. And indeed, that is what that did. But it also turned on a light for some reason on my ass, like on my face. Like, and it was, the worst part was the light was angled. The light from that was angled, so it wasn't on me, it was on the person to my left, who was at this point, despite all of my interferences, sound asleep, and that fucking light beam landed straight on her eyes. And I was like trying to block it. I was moving my head around to, like, you know, try to put myself in front. I was trying to shield, you know, I was trying to, like, you know, milady, I was trying to shield her from this blinding ray of light that I had caused to myself. But then, like, that didn't work, so I was just, so instead of, like, so then I was just, not only was there light now on her eyes, but, like, the fucking dude next to her is shuffling in the seat, like, fucking doing what, God knows what. And anyways, the flight attendant comes by finally and asks me, and I just go like, can I have, like, water, please? Like, there's, like, yeah, I just go, I just need some water. And they go, yeah, sure. And they go back, and they grab me, like, I thought they would grab me a bottle. They grabbed me like a glass of water, but it was like it wasn't a glass, it was like it was a little plastic paper cup. It was a paper cup, and I drank it and finished it. But it walked away before I could, you know, chug it in, like, the whole thing. So I couldn't, if I wanted to get another cup of water, I'd need to do that shit again, and I wasn't gonna do that shit again. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna be a little thirsty for the rest of the flight until they turn the lights back on. I'm just gonna be a little thirsty. You can't believe your way out of this, dude. You tipped your fedora directly into your eyes. I didn't, like, none of this was intentional, but I know they hated me. Like, I must have been such an annoying asshole for the whole flight, like, to them. Like, I'm sure they went back to their, like, you know, to their family or wherever they were going, or, like, you know, they went back to where they were going and told people, like, you have no idea, this guy on the flight, this piece of shit. Don't have embarrassing plane stories because it's just sleep. I wish that were me. I sleep, but I don't sleep through the whole thing. And part of it is actually because I'm like, I could sleep, but I would love to use this time to watch a movie, because when do you get the time to just sit down and watch a movie with no responsibilities, no like notifications, no messages, nothing just thrown at you? You could just sit down and watch a movie. It's so nice, and it's included in the money you've already paid for you, so you might as well do it. So I usually just end up watching a movie or two, and so I sleep, but I also do that. But anyways, that was basically, and you know, everything that followed suit is, I think, probably less embarrassing and just more like, I'm sorry, oh my god, like I'm an idiot and I want to die, and my entire time, like, it's just like red and shambles. But you know, the flight was fine, it was safe, and I didn't hurt anybody. I don't think I did. I hope I didn't hurt anyone. And I arrived where I needed to be. It was really good. That's the other, yeah. I enjoyed my flight. You know, despite all of this, I still enjoyed it because I sat down and I got to watch. Finally, I got to watch Inception, and I got to watch. What was the other one I watched? Ocean's 11. I watched Inception and I watched Ocean's 11. Finally, for the first time, these two films. Inception is as good as people say it is, I think. People tend to say it's very good. Some people who don't quite understand it claim that it's very deep. I watched it and I like to think that I understood it. I like to think that I didn't do my philosophy degrees just to not understand like the films I'm watching, so I probably did, but but it was also definitely not simple. Like Inception was not a simple concept. It was not a simple thing to execute, and it was done very gracefully, I think. So well done, Nolan. But I'm sure he wasn't looking for my validation. Okay. He did it really well. Ocean's 11 was good too. Ocean's 11 was, I think, a little cheesy. It was like towards the end, like with George Clooney going like, well, you know what happens if you watch it, and if you're not, then just know that I think it was a little cheesy. But the whole, you know, getting the people together to plan and do a heist thing is really fun to me, and I can see why there were many sequels and spin-offs. I can see why people enjoy this type of thing. I could see why people still refer to this film in particular when discussing films like this, like even now. So, like, despite it being not being a super new film. But yeah, I watched this too and I enjoyed them. Definitely enjoyed Inception more, but both were good enough that I enjoyed my time. That would be my very quick airplane movie review. What else? Yes, and that's basically why I would never be allowed on an airplane. Okay, no, this is why I think there is some reason to justify if I ever get rich and successful enough, which is never going to happen because I have like mountains of debt to pay off, including to our team. But if that ever comes and I can afford the disposable income to go on a business flight, I think I might consider just not just because of the luxury and the relaxation or whatever, but just because I feel like I'd be less of a menace to people around me. Like I feel like I would be less of a problem if I were in business class, because I just would have less people to bother. You know, like it's not you, it's me. You know, that's the whole idea. But I've never been on business class. Yeah, I've never been on business class. I've seen it obviously because when you board the plane, you see it, right? But I've never been on business class. But I would like to, really would like to, if I could. Cool, but only worth for international flights. Yeah, all right, fair enough. Business class is for brokies. First class is where it's at. You're talking to a philosophy major, so you gotta understand that my measurement sticks a little farther down than usual. You little flutes of champagne when you get on? What? Oh man. Now I want champagne. I should get champagne soon. Sorry, I haven't read this. I've only periodically looked at the messages, so I'm just gonna go back and read them. Ajur says, I got 3 other VTubers wanting me as a private chef. Make a decision quickly before I'm robbed from you. I have no current use for any mixing services, and so you may be freed. You may be freed from my my non-existent services. You may be dismissed if needed. In this economy, I doubt I can afford a plane with screen seats. I thought it's the same, and so I brought my own. Like, I obviously have my own entertainment just in case. Like an idiot, I brought my Switch. I haven't even talked about the other time I had my Switch on board. Never mind. That's like another time, I guess. Maybe I'll talk about that later. Actually, I'll talk about that shortly. But I think for most longer flights, they they just have onboard entertainment. Whether or not it's like a particularly more expensive one or not, I think it's just the industry's been standardized. But I'm not too sure. I'm going to have to get back to you on that one. Not too sure. And I remember taking my coat off in security, realizing the back of my shirt was just dark with sweat. I get that. Wasn't there an air freshener in the bathroom you could have used? No, I tried to look for anything like that. There was not. I could not freshen myself up. Embarrassing plane stories. I watched the movie on the plane, but it had an adult scene in the middle. I got so embarrassed. Just turned it off and sat in silence for the rest of the... What do you do? What do you do when there's like a scene that's like, you know, it's an adult scene? Like, you're... Okay. I'm not gonna use euphemism, right? You're watching a film, and then all of a sudden the characters on the screen are having sex. It's like, what do you do? What is the play? What is the play? Because what do I do? Like, I think if there's any like sort of like, if there's any sort of like intimacy or whatever on screens on like a plane, I think I just watch them. I think I try my hardest to just keep a poker face and pretend like nothing special's going on. Like, I don't react to it any differently than I'm reacting to it before and after the scene. I suppose that's what happens. Does my embarrassing story make you feel a teensy bit better? I suppose a little bit. Oh. First class gives you hot hand towels as well. Oh, we also got towels for that flight in particular. So that alleviated some of the sweat and annoyance I was accumulating throughout the course of it. So I think like maybe they're standardizing that now. Is it sexy when you're watching a movie on the plane? Girl, it'll be over soon. Okay, here's my next question. That's again today's the out of character stream. Okay, here's my next question. What if you're watching? What if there's an adult scene in the film you're watching, and it's kind of arousing? What if I have to ask? Okay, I cannot be like, this is me, like this is the fucking image of the guy standing up in like a crowd, in like a classroom of people, and he's standing up like he's giving my opinion, and it's like use that like image for like I've got like an unpopular opinion or something. Okay, but that's like me asking this question, right? It's like, what if it's there? Did you get picked up on the plane? Like, yeah, so it's like, what if? Because then you're like around strangers. If you're asked by Hollywood, okay, this is what I'm saying. This is hypothetical, okay? This is hypothetical. I'm not saying this has happened to me. That's not what I'm saying. You try to get your money's worth in addition to the 20 cans of Diet Pepsi you drink on the flight. Oh. Is there a place to get off than an airplane lavatory? Okay. Okay. Now I'm not saying I approve of this, but like, you recommend finding a nice adult website and accommodate? I'm not paying for airplane Wi-Fi. I'm in the fucking sky and there's no data anywhere because I'm just traveling in between the world. And like, you know, I don't download shit. I don't download like, you know, anything at all, really. I try not to download anything except music, okay? I don't download the books I read. I don't download like manga because I don't have like much space on my phone already as is. You watch as much as okay, that's a problem, man. That's like a, you gotta like I'm gonna give you my like standing up brave opinion take, okay? But there's like a gooning epidemic. You seen the fucking this is a recycled NL bit, right? But have you seen the guy who drove into a driveway of like a cafe? It was like a Hooter cafe or something, like, and he had his pants down, but then the staff like were recording him, so this must not have been the first time, right? Because they knew beforehand to have their phone out to record him. They recorded him drive into the driveway with his pants down, and then he saw himself being recorded, and he drove away, and then he killed himself. Like, this guy committed suicide, I think like a day or two after that, and like that video was posted online and became viral. And like, that's like, it's a tragedy. What happened was not, you know, I think there can be levity and humor in anything, but at the same time, that is not to undermine the fact that there was like, this was I think an unnecessary loss of human life here, okay? But you know, could you have been, you know, a little, don't make me say it. Don't make me. Did you have to do it in a driveway? Like, did you have to? Like, you could have just. And he had like a wife and kids, or a kid, I think, as well. And it's just like, I understand. I think like there's the human experience, right? You get aroused, and as generally as a man, you kind of have to deal with it one way or another, right? Like, I understand that people have needs, but to what extent is it now is it like something to shun them for? To what extent is it now unacceptable? While also retaining certain ideas I have as an individual who does kind of value some sense of personal expression and personal freedoms, to, you know, like to a significant degree, which is what allows for free thought and philosophy to flourish, right? Like, so I think what we should do, so someone said I think what we should do is not be sexual predators and expose ourselves to the strangers. Completely correct. But I'm really trying to I'm really trying to be charitable, because it's really easy to dunk on the guy. Like, I want to say right now, I'm always, you know, okay, you must have noticed the pattern if you watched me enough. You notice the pattern. I'm always doing I'm always trying to do the difficult thing. Maybe not always, but sometimes I'm trying to do the difficult thing. I'm not every time, but sometimes, right? Not the impossible. I'm not trying to do the impossible. I'm trying to do the difficult. Here's the difficult, not the impossible, right? The impossible is to say that this guy did nothing wrong and, like, you know, didn't deserve anything, like any of the bad shit that was on his way. That's impossible. I'm not doing that. What I'm trying to do is to think, okay, but you know, I don't think he intended to be seen with his pants down. I think from the angle of the video I saw, I don't know. You can't really, intent is hard to judge. It's like, anyways, I'm not gonna delve into this too much. The point is, it's really weird and kind of funny. But also, I think I'm not allowed to laugh at it yet. So you're going with a safe answer? So I don't think there is such a thing as a safe answer when you're going like, you know, maybe it wasn't his fault. Just pick one side, man, be controversial. I don't exist to be controversial is the thing. Like, I'm not a contrarian. I'm not a debate bro. I don't like to stir the pot for the sake of stirring the pot. I'm not afraid of stirring the pot. But I think if you stir the pot, there needs to be some intentionality behind it. And I think your stirring must be to achieve a dish. Otherwise, you're just stirring the pot for no reason. And that's a waste of time. Middle name stir the pot. I can tell from some of your comments. I can tell. Don't get caught with your pants down. He did. He got caught with his pants down in 4K, shared across the world. He was seen multiple times different workers. I think he just didn't intend to be caught and shamed. I think that's probably the more reasonable take. You should never have your pants down anywhere where someone can see it. So I think that is grounds for. So I think when you say should in this case, right, you're saying that's just like generally like advice like a person should adhere to. In which case I can adhere to. In which case I completely agree with you. Like, that's just not a good idea or situation to be in. But like, to what extent is this guy trying to, like, did he intend to like, he wasn't flashing them. He wasn't flashing the person at the driveway. I don't know what the hell he was doing. I only watched the clip once. I don't know why I'm thinking so hard about it. Anyways, this all started with this. Okay, I'm not gonna get too far into this. I just think it's kind of funny to bring up. There's always dish to be made. Sure there is, but I'm not cooking all the time. Sometimes I just want to like watch, you know? I don't have to do something all the time because I feel as though my impact on the world is noticed enough that like I want it to matter really when I say something or when I do something. The extent is to wait until you get home. Fair as well. So, but that's so. Here's what I'm thinking. No, hold on. I'm not. I think like I was thinking something along the lines of like, then kind of like how do you, what's like the moral consistency between this and the whole sort of not community but the idea of like voyeurism, and whether or not that is like socially permittable to any extent. But anyways, yeah, like I don't think there's a correct answer per se. I don't think life is that simple. I think here my only controversial answer, I think that I will stand by, is that the situation is really funny. It is. I think it's really. I'm tired of pretending it's not. I'm tired. It is really funny that a guy rolled up somewhere with his hands down, clearly not the first time, got recorded, got it posted on the internet, and just like and killed himself in shame. I think there's something fucked up about it. I think there's something tragic in some sense about it. But I also think there's something deeply hilarious about this whole thing. I really do, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. That's the only thing I think that I really stand by. It's really funny to me. You have a question? Why do flights feel the need to hire really attractive girl air hostesses? So I think like the straightforward, like non-philosophical answer I think you would get is because people enjoy looking at conventionally attractive women, and the reason why there are some air hosts like flight attendants, like I think is the better word, but it's just for me it rolls off the tongue better, right? Like flight attendants that are meant to carry the luggage. That's the conventional take, I think. That's not my take per se, but I think that's the conventional take. And my hands in a shirt, you drive through because I have the common sense to realize I'm not alone in my current environment. Yeah, the borderline is like people are fucking stupid. This guy is clearly a goddamn idiot, but like how much of that is, you know, he's a buffoon and he should have known better, and how much of it is this is like a moral sort of trespass, right? Like that's like, where's the line here exactly? That's the question. I'm not begging per se to make a larger point. It's just something I wanted to bring up that I thought would be interesting to think about. But yeah, I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. I do. I do think the whole I've been thinking about something similar, but it's not like it's not the flight attendant, the case of flight attendants that made me think of this, but I think it was like conventions, because I've been to some anime conventions. Why? Because I'm a fucking weeb. I'm a loser. I'm a VTuber. Right. Anyways, I've been to several like anime conventions, and I show up and there's these stalls for energy drinks, and for some reason like they just have women in skimpy clothing like promoting the energy drinks, and I just think like, I don't know, there's a part of my head that's like just a little confused, because it's like, why this whole arena is filled with things filled with other things that try to appeal to the male gaze, but like, you know, why the energy drinks specifically that, you know, hire the girls to be in skimpy clothing? Like, why this in particular, right? Like, because other things, if it were the whole arena were about this, then I'd be like, well, the whole thing is this, right? But it's just specifically energy drinks in a section. I hope this is a common thing, and I'm just not I hope this is not completely out of my ass what I'm saying, but it's like the only, and I've never seen anyone like talk to these like energy drink girls either. Like they're kind of just hanging around. They're kind of bored. Like obviously you have like some men like ogling, but that's kind of like the marketing. That's like what they're aiming for, right? To some extent. And like this makes a lot less sense to me than, say, for example, a cosplay booth or someone like a cosplayer at a booth selling pictures of themselves. But you know, while they are a cosplayer, and it's true that they do put some effort into cosplaying, they kind of lean into suggestive imagery. They lean into sexual arousal more than they do maybe like an expression of the character they're portraying, for example, right? Like there's like that I understand, right? That is a business model. That's this cosplayer is sending pictures of herself and, you know, permission to take pictures with her, etc., to people, generally heterosexual men, who show up to these booths and like want these like goods and services, whatever, right? This makes sense to me. This is an exchange. This is like, I'm not like saying I agree with it, but like it makes sense. But this is like, you know, oh, I can see how this would come about. I'm looking at the fucking energy drink like women, and I'm like, what is going on here? Why? I don't know. I think people shouldn't be allowed to have fetishes or indulge in them unless they can pass a critical thinking skills test. I think I agree, and I think my probably slightly spicier opinion is like, actually no, I don't know if it's really an opinion I hold. I'm skeptical of it, of the implementation of it myself. But people should have to pass a critical thinking skills test in general for most things, constantly, all the time. Like this shit is not just like you pass like a driver's test and you get a license and that's it. Like you gotta refresh this shit every like few months, like a critical thinking test. But I just don't think that would be a very popular idea. And if you don't pass, it's like, it's fine, you can continue living, but you have to be in like a school, you know, you've got to be in some sort of educational program. Sex sells, yeah, but it's like, you know, why does, again, at least in my experience, it's never sold anything. Misogyny is two-faced and stupid. Misogyny is many things. I feel like it's more than two faces. But discussion for another day. Very weird that women are treated as sex objects and to be sex favor, but also go, yeah. It's the whole, I think it's a classical dynamic. It's okay, maybe not classical, but I think it's like it's one of the more interesting aspects of intro to feminism, probably. Maybe not intro, but like, you know, like it's a feminist philosophy that I think are interesting. Use them to attract them to a product. I don't, but then it's like, so my frustration, not frustration, but my like, what I don't get is like, okay, there's like, they have these women for like energy drinks, but they don't have them for like mouse pads or keyboards or fucking hard drives or monitors. Like these things are just there and they're sold and they're like, here's what this is, here's what the specs are, this is what you want, okay, buy it, right? Like, or not. That they don't have like a scantily clad woman standing around going like, hey, look at these cool monitors. And like, it's weird. It's weird. I think it's just specifically the fact that it's energy drinks and not some of the other things that could attract a male gaze. Like that is what sort of confuses me. Oh, I mean, okay. I'm not reading that. You know what I'm reading? I will say, you should probably. I'm gonna let you off, man. Man, with a warning. I will say that you have a lot of listening to do. Saw a car ad using attractive women as a selling point. Like, do you want the pretty wild blonde Fiat or down to earth brunette Mercedes? What? Okay, what's the ad for? Forgive me for asking the question. Is that a Fiat ad or a Mercedes ad? Like, which one is it selling? I don't even. What? I think not. I still think someone should be considered. There's like it reminds me of a funny. Like, I think it's pretty funny. There's like a joke. There's a joke that I've read multiple times, but it never fails to get me. And the joke goes like, "Today I just saved a life." And then it was like, something along the lines of, it took a lot of self-restraint to not go over and strangle the person in front of me for doing some shit. I don't know like what the context of exactly is, but then it's like, I don't know why that's a simple joke, but it gets me. You do see women, so someone's saying you do see women as human beings, just human beings you want to procreate with. Okay, here's my thing. If you use the word procreate unironically, I think there is some sort of self-examination that needs to happen. Okay, and I'm not saying on a logical level, like, or in a way that's like you're using the word wrong in like a dictionary sense. I don't think that's like true, but it's more like you got to look at the optics, man. That's not like, surely I think to make a point, or for rather, I can imagine there are multiple points that could be made on that topic, but for all of those different points you'd probably use a different word. It is kind of like referring to women as females. It's like you're technically not wrong by definition for using it, but you should, I think there is some awareness that can be had of where certain terminologies and like preferences for terminology to refer to things comes from, where that's from, and why that has the effect it does, and what it sounds like to people. Anyways, that's my flight stories. Sorry, what the hell? This 3 hours? 2 hours. It's been 2 hours. Yeah, it's been 2.5 hours. I thought this was a place you could talk about these things. Oh, you absolutely can. You absolutely can. Which is why I'm not banning you. You can definitely talk about them. It's just, I think you have a lot to learn. You can totally try to like debate me if that is something you want to engage in. And you are absolutely free to say anything. My thing with that is just do you just go out and say stuff? you don't just go out and say stuff. Right? You gotta think about it a little bit. If you don't think about it enough, there is more to a lot of presumptions you might have than you think. But I'm not gonna ban you. I think it's fine for you to express things that might be controversial. I would just say that if it's just like, it's kind of like, and I hate to bring this up, but it is kind of like when I look at Class of 09, the flip side, and I look at the edgy humor that's used there, and I say, this is edgy, but there's no purpose to it. Like, it's not in good taste, and there's no, like, it doesn't get to anything. Then I don't care. You know, that's not interesting. I'm not gonna say games like that should be banned or, like, you know, locked away, but I'm gonna shame it. I'm gonna name and shame it. I'm gonna be like, this is ass and people shouldn't play it. So you're allowed to express what you want to express. Absolutely you are, and you're more than encouraged to speak your mind. But if you're but there's like, I hope it's evident that I am striving for something that's a bit more interesting. Alright, then what do you think happens when a hot girl in very revealing clothing as Jamel? Okay. So I think I think this question is aimed towards biology, in which case my first instinct is to say I couldn't explain this better than a lot of intro feminist philosophy can. But I will try to, okay? But generally, when you try to see, when you try to approach the sort of the othering of women through the, okay, what happens when you have a heterosexual encounter that like a heterosexual encounter of arousal, what happens then? You're aroused. It's the same as if you it's the same as if you had a homosexual encounter of arousal. You are aroused. Philosophical direction as well for aesthetics and beauty. So, great mention. I did want to talk about the philosophy of beauty for February. I wanted to read a bit of Plato. But that's going to happen like next month. I'm struggling to see if you are trying to. So you're saying some things that are controversial, which I think are totally fine too, if there's like a sort of like a point to this. Hold on, I'm gonna remove the anecdotes now. So let's have we can have a discussion. Let's have a discussion. So you have an A- in philosophy, buddy. I'll drop a transcript. You don't believe? No, I believe you. I think I don't. I would like to think that I'm fairly charitable. So if you're gonna make a claim of some sort of ability, I think that's like, I wouldn't doubt it. I have no reason to. Like, why? I don't have anything against you. Just trying to stir up a discussion, really. So here's my question, right? And now this is targeted to you specifically because I'm interested more than anything, right, man? What are you trying to discuss? Like, what's the question, right? What's the like, what are you getting at? Jeremy got a C+ in philosophy. Don't expose me like that, man. I'm not good. I'm not very good. So as you can see, like, I'm not as good as you. Okay, sorry. So man, can you talk to me? Talk to me for a second. Talk to me, right? What are you trying to? Are you begging a question? Is there like an opinion you have that you think is controversial but true? Is there something you think is, like, for example, is there sort of an urge you are feeling to sort of fight against I want to be very careful. I don't want to make assumptions about you because I don't know you, right? But I want to ask, right? Do you feel as though there are certain things you want to say or you believe that society does not allow you to believe because it's wrong, you know? You know, if I were to put it more crudely, do you believe in the PC police? Like, is that something that you know, that you think is, for example, inhibiting free speech? I think that's I don't think that's an unfair, if so, right? I don't think that's an unfair thing to feel. And I know personally a lot of, maybe not a lot of, actually no, that's quite a good amount of people, philosophers especially, like in my field of philosophy, who feel as though there is a certain social pressure to not bring up certain issues of controversy when in fact they should be brought up. So I think it's totally valid if you want to, for example, not stir the pot for the sake of stirring the pot, but if you want to bring up something controversial, and you feel inhibited in your ability to do so because, for example, there's a certain politically correct way of handling things, for example. I don't like those terms personally, but I understand the sentiment behind it, and I'm not going to dismiss it immediately. You're concerned about the objectification of women. Okay, so what is the concern? How would the direction we're going in feeds into that? Okay. So what's the concern? So, okay, let me sort of venture a direction or a guess, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. You're concerned with the discussions of the objectification of women because you think that either the effects of the you think either that the objectification of women is overrepresented, like the problem is inflated, or straight up that it's not real. Is it either of those things? Fuck the police. So you're saying fuck the police, they ruin all good discussion? Okay, we're getting somewhere. Who is the PC police? Is it like your parents? Is it your neighbors? Is it your friends? Is it your teachers, for example? Because I'm not, this is not a rhetorical question. This is genuinely like I'm interested in seeing where you're coming from, like, question, right? Because we're in the circles, in the academic circles I'm around, and in my engagements in my social life, and in my, like, just in discussions with people around me in general, there's no, I've never felt personally limited in my speech, which is an extraordinarily good thing. It's an extraordinarily fortunate position to be in that I recognize not everyone gets to enjoy. We usually are overweight and have pink hair, JK. Okay, so that's a caricature, isn't it? It's in this. You're drawing a shape, but if you walk closer to the shape, you'll realize straw is falling out of it, wouldn't you? And you know this, right? You know this. You got an A- in philosophy, right? That's like, it's basic 101. That's a straw man. That's what that is. But tell me, truly, and I don't mean, like, whoever's on fucking, like, Twitter. Like, Twitter's not real. Don't go on Twitter. Like, don't go on Twitter and get into fights with people. I said that at the beginning of the stream. I'll say it again. Like, don't do that. It's not worth engaging. There's not. So, don't think it's a free speech. Okay, so who is, again, if it's not a free speech issue, you're saying there is a force, and this force is known as the PC police, and the PC police are ruining good discussion. I, as the philosopher VTuber, the first and last philosopher VTuber, mind you, am always in the mood for good discussion. I'm always in the mood for that. Tell me, is there, like, what, can you describe the PC police to me, like, genuinely? I don't mean, sarcastically. I mean, really, what is that? And why are they ruining good discussion? Sometimes I feel the need to tell people they're stupid. Don't worry about that at all. I do that all the time. I always feel the need to tell people they're stupid. And guess what? I do. I don't let much stop me. But I don't, I don't just go around and just yell at them, because when you tell, here's my thing, right? And maybe there's something you can learn from me, I hope. Maybe not. Maybe I'm overestimating myself, right? So check me on this if I'm wrong, okay? But what's the point of telling someone they're stupid, right? Ask yourself, why do you feel that way? And when I asked myself this question when I was like maybe like 14 or 15 for the first time, I asked myself, why do I feel the need to tell them they're stupid? I think a part of it was concern. A part of it was, I think people are making terrible decisions that are worse off for them, or they're endangering themselves or others, and this is not good, and this is something I should warn against them. That's one of the aspects. But you know what was the bigger aspect for me back then? And this is a deep moment of personal self-introspection. This is for me. I don't know if that's for you at all, right? But for me, I realized it's because I wanted to feel better than them, because deep down, I didn't feel better than them. Deep down, in fact, I felt the opposite. Deep down, I felt invalidated. Deep down, I felt like people didn't take me seriously enough. I felt like people didn't want to hear what I had to say, despite me probably being more right than they were. And of course this changed, thankfully, as my life progressed and I got, academic qualifications that made it a little easier to have discussions with people that are in better faith. But to me, right, like that's usual, that sort of thing really, when I asked myself, was overcome in realizing, okay, this is what I wanted, and it's because I didn't feel, or I felt inadequate, or I felt dissatisfied, or I felt discontent about certain things about my personal character. And then when it came time to confront the other leg of the not issue, but the reasoning for why I wanted to call people stupid, why I wanted to tell them that, I realized I really wanted to educate them. I wanted people to be better. And with that in mind, I thought, well, who's going to really be educated if you just yell at them? No one's going to. You can't just berate people and expect them to change for the better. You have to soften the blow, if you will. You have to find ways to explain that, hey, listen, what you're doing isn't very good, for example, right? You see someone who's being an idiot, or being a fucking dumbass, you have to go like, hey, this is not the way to go. But I understand where you're coming from, and I don't want to, dismiss you as a person. So let's work on this. And here's my suggestion for how things could be better. Tell me what you think, right? And then we have a conversation. Okay, so what's your response? Your response is, just an example from earlier, how I brought up the issue of the air hostesses being so overly sexualized, and how to some extent it's going to encourage uncomfortable thoughts in the male brain. And then someone says, I'm going to say, okay, I didn't say that. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a good discussion, okay? Forget what the hell everyone else is saying in chat. You can choose to respond to them, but I'm offering you an opportunity I'm sure everyone else would not refuse. I'm saying let's talk directly, like you and I, right? I'm saying what I said earlier when you brought up the air hostesses was, I said, I'm going to let you off with a warning, because although I can see what, like, perhaps that you're trying to get to a bigger statement, one, I'm not sure what that is exactly. Like, I'm not sure what point you're trying to make exactly. And two, the way you got to it through your phrasing and through your use of, through your diction, through your use of your words, was not very considerate. And it's not illegal to be rude. I just don't like when people are rude, right? That's my thing. I don't think we should have laws to ban people from being rude and from being assholes. But I also think we should encourage people not to be rude and assholes. We should discourage people from being rude and from being assholes, right? That's what I mean. And what I thought earlier was, I thought that was rude, maybe not intentionally. Like, I did not want to attribute malice to you. So I said, hey, that's gonna come off a bit rude. Try not to phrase things that way. That's what I said. I believe that's roughly what I said. And if that's not what I said, I apologize, because that's what I intended to say. That's what I wanted to say. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. Do you want me to dive deep into? I can, but I want you to say yes to this before I do it, okay? Do you want me to dive exactly into every word of that message and tell you how I feel about it? Or do you want to take this opportunity to rethink your stance, your position, or your, like, statement or your opinion, and then type it out again for me to sort of, like, discuss with you? Which would you prefer? I think someone says we should follow a set of rules. 1, what is your statement? 2, what is your goal in this conversation? 3, are you willing to have your opinion be challenged? 4, are you being respectful, kind, understanding? Those are all good rules, but I like to think that they're implied. I think they're good. I'm not going to write them out, but I think they're good rules. And I agree with them completely. It's just, I want that to be the undercurrent rather than, like, an overarching thing to enforce. But I totally agree with it, though. Which car was interested in specifically? Okay. Nothing else being released. I with your message so I sent. Sure. Okay. No problem. Let's get to it. Let's get to this. I'll scroll back up. Let me scroll back up. Okay, before I get to that though, I did notice you said another comment earlier. When you did say, like, hey, I told you I have an A- minus in philosophy, buddy. Here's what you said. You said, told you I have an A- in philosophy, buddy. I'll drop transcript if you don't believe. And allow me to assume and tell me if I'm wrong, because these are your intentions ultimately that I'm assuming upon. I read that in the tone that you are slightly confrontational because you think I'm belittling you, or I'm laying skeptical doubt on your credits and your academic achievements, whatever they may be, because I'm trying to discredit your opinion. And if that's what you think, based on my actions or what I said, I want to assure you that's not true. I want to know what you think. I do. I think you have something meaningful to say. I think everyone does. Well, I think most people do, but let's not get into that exactly. And so if that's the case, I want to reassure you. I want to reassure you that that's not what I'm doing. I'm not trying to challenge you. I'm not trying to, wreck you. I'm not trying to, destroy your opinion and whatever. I'm not interested in that. I do want to have a discussion. Okay. Here's the comment that I had a bit of a problem with, but not in the what you wanted to express, but in the way you expressed it. Okay, here's it is. It's at okay. It's at the okay. I quote, "Oh well, maybe women being covered is better for society. Sometimes I wonder how if I had just 1% less self-control, I might be locked up in jail for SA. The temptations are getting wild." Right. That's what you said. That's the message. Now, the context of this message is, if I recall correctly, when we were talking about air hostesses, we were talking about like and I brought up this thing with when I walked around in a convention and there were energy drinks and there were women in scantily like clothed promoting like an energy drink. Okay, that's what I was talking about. And you floated this thought out, right? Here's the thought, right? Your thought is maybe it's better that women are covered for society, right? That women are clothed, or I think is your statement. And when I pressed you on it, I didn't really press you directly on it. I sort of pressed your phrasing on it. I was like, I think I understand what you're getting at. And here's what I'm going to assume. Let me reform what you just said in that message into what I would say is like, what I would think is the discussion you're trying to get at, right? Which is, to what extent is it women's responsibility for the sexual arousal and subsequent violence, or whatever, potential violence, right? Whatever, that men commit. To what extent is it the woman's fault, right? That's the question you're asking, I'm assuming. And then you bring up biology, that's what you're doing. Applied a bit of humor. So you said applied a bit of humor, hyperbole, just woke, thought-provoking comment. Okay, so here's what I would here's what I disagree with personally. One, I disagree with the bit of humor because I don't think it's very funny. I'm sorry. I don't think the joke landed. I think that it's not the end of the world if your joke doesn't land. My jokes don't land 70% of the time. You can ask chat. It's true. I'm not that funny. I'm funnier than I'm funnier in my head than I actually am. Right? Okay. So first bit is I just disagree. I just don't think the joke is very funny. I think the joke is something I've read before, many times in different forms. Right? It's just And second of all, you wrote that message to provoke, right? You wrote the message intending to rage bait, I'm guessing. So what he's saying is society's fault for encouraging women to do so. Is that what you said? What does that mean? Hold on. You're talking about people who glorify OF as a career. Okay, so that's not the only ones. Here's my first thing. Okay. Let me get back to the comment again. I really don't want to misquote you. I really don't want to misrepresent what you're saying. But I do think it's important to talk about what you just said because I think it's interesting. Okay. You say, I quote, "Sometimes I wonder how if I had just 1% less self-control, I'd maybe locked up in jail for SA." You're saying, like, as a joke, right? The joke is, like women are in revealing clothing. I'm assuming your stance is, and this is a thing in modern recent society, due to due to progressive politics, right? I'm assuming is the implication. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm making that assumption, right? And the temptation is getting what? I think what you're doing above all else that makes it unfunny to me. This is why I don't find it funny personally. I find it just a bit like and not uncomfortable, but like I just don't think it's right. I just don't think it's great to say that. I don't see the humor in that, right? Because essentially what you're doing is you're dehumanizing yourself too. Like, let's forget about whether or not you're objectifying women or dehumanizing them, etc., etc. Above all else, you are just kind of going like, you know, I'm only like, if I had 1% less self-control, this is what you said. You said, if I had 1% less self-control, if you were 1% less, cognizant of your behavior in society, you would devolve into like a sexual predator? I don't think that's true. Right? Like, I think you are, and obviously, if that's not true, if it's hyperbole, why do you feel the need to say, like, oh wow, I'm on the teetering edge of being of being locked up in jail for essay? That's what you said. Why? Like, do you think so lowly of yourself? Right? Like, I don't. And if so, first of all, I'm really sorry you feel that way. And second of all, you're wrong. You are not that. You're not like an uncontrolled. You're not like a beast in like a cage with bars that are barely holding up. You're like I hope you're an upstanding person in society who's doing good in the world, and who means a lot to certain people around you, right? Like, that's men and women, obviously, I hope, but I don't know if that's true. Self-deprecating humor. So the reason why that's not funny, the other end of why that's not funny, is because this humor is not just poorly self-deprecating. And when I say poorly, I mean like self-deprecating humor usually exacerbates a problem that people struggle with, that becomes relatable, and that kind of resonance is what makes it funny. And you're kind of like intentionally telling this joke to a crowd, an audience that will not resonate with the joke. So is it a joke, or are you making a joke, or are you trying to rile people up? Those are two very different things. And I think in order for you to be good at telling jokes, like for you to be funny, like you have to understand the audience. So if you know, in that case, you should be understanding that you're probably like walking into something that you're riling up. Because like, I don't know, if you got the impression that I would have laughed at that, then I'm doing a very poor job of showing myself and what I feel about it. The comic would have come off far better spoken. It's a problem people struggle with. It is a problem people struggle with, but that has nothing to do with what you just said. And that's why I said, listen, I think you're trying to get at something, but can you get at that instead of trying to make this weird and not very funny joke / attempt to rile up? Like, it's an attempt at an enraging, right? That's what that is. And I'm not in anger, I am in concern. Which I don't think is the intended effect. Unfortunately. It's fine. We all fuck up. We all make mistakes. We all tell bad jokes. I do too. Like, you just move on from them. You don't think you're trying to provoke or raise an uncomfortable discussion because you feel that way because you don't want to engage in it, and it's totally understandable to comment on these issues with the PC society. Okay. I will ask you again, and if you ignore my question again, I'm going to assume it's because you don't have an answer that you're confident in giving. And I'm not saying, oh, the haha, therefore I win. I'm saying that's something to reflect on, right? Let me ask you this question again, one more time, because I've asked this once or twice, and I don't think you gave me a clear answer. So I'm giving you one more chance, okay? Lanja, I'm giving you one more chance to answer this question. Who is the PC Society? Who's in it? Is there a club list? Can I join? You know, like, where is the convention? Where is the, like, is it a rally for people who vote left-wing politics in the United States? If so, what if I'm not American? If so, how do you comment on leftist infighting? If so, you know, how do you resolve the disagreements that people seemingly in the same PC society will disagree upon themselves with on what is PC and what is not? And I hope you see where I'm getting at, in that I'm trying to tell you that I'm trying to stance an argument. Here's me stancing an argument now. It's not real. Okay. There is no such thing as a peace society unless you're talking about personal computers, in which case there are tons of societies like that, and they build computers. And one of my friends who was in one of those societies helped me build my first computer because I'm an idiot and I can't do anything with tech. I'm a failure of a man, really. Don't know why everyone's so hung on the part of the comment. Okay, so here, I'll explain why, right? The reason why people are really hung up on the comment is because while in the comment you may think it's because from what you're saying, and I'm going to take you on full faith, I'm going to assume that you say what you mean and you're not lying, you're not, being facetious, you're being very genuine. So I'm going to do the same, right? You're saying you're not trying to rile. You're saying you're not trying to provoke. You're trying to just bring up discussion that you think is worth having. And one of the ways you're doing it is through self-deprecating humor, as you said. Well, you made a joke that one is not very funny, but two, not in spite of being unfunny, but coinciding with the fact that it's not funny. Perpetuates a view or rather perpetuates the idea that I don't want to assume. Oh, I don't want to assume too much from you. I wish like you were like. I wish it was easier for me to read your mind, so I don't have to be like, oh, I don't want to assume, right? Because I don't want to. Again, I don't want to straw man you. I think there's some temptation to straw man and to dunk, to slam dunk, as is generally. Okay, you know what? Actually, before we continue, let me just go on this. Let me go on this. Let me go on a side tangent, okay? You want to make something clear, you're a conservative person. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. It's a fairly conservative like idea to have, and that's fine. I know conservative philosophers who have interesting ideas. I do. And I will say, just because one has conservative politics does not necessarily mean that they have their views on women are inherently misogynistic. I would say that there is a lot more tolerance for that from conservative people generally, but it does not necessarily follow just because someone's politics lean conservative that they are raging misogynists. Okay, I want to be very charitable and very clear. A second thing, you know what? Let's get on the same boat together, you and I. Okay, let's sail on this boat. Part of my frustration and disagreement with left-wing politics, and I'm the philosopher YouTuber, so I'm not afraid of talking about this stuff. Part of my disagreement with left-wing politics is because there's too much dunking. There's too much slam dunking. So, for example, if you were to express a conservative opinion, say in an online space that's predominantly maybe more progressive, let's say like Twitter. Twitter is progressive, but it's also like, yeah, let's just say you put it somewhere that's predominantly progressive. It's a social media platform. There's a huge temptation for, well, and I'll paint the picture for you, right? Someone to quote tweet you and then slam dunk you with like a 1-2 liner that's witty, that doesn't really engage with the deeper discussion you're trying to say, and just kind of says misogyny bad, conservatives dumb, etc., etc. And I don't think that's good. I disagree with that. I disagree with the slam dunk culture that is very that underlies a lot of left-leaning discussion in internet spaces. I just don't think it's very healthy for discussion, for like moving forward. Right? That's me. So I hope you and I can shake hands on this first before I begin to deconstruct what you're saying. Okay? We can shake hands on that, right? Okay. everywhere now? No. You could be very well be your own sister, your neighbor, your friend. I don't know who they are. I don't know. Okay, you know what? Let's start with this. I do think it's something that's because we've said a lot of things. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm really bad at reading messages, so you might have noticed I'm not very good. I expressed my thoughts, and then I look over, and you've expressed 3 responses, but then I'm not addressing all of them. So if you feel the need to repeat yourself on a certain point that you feel very strongly with, please feel free to do that. You disagree with that? I think there has to be at least some slam dunkness in the discussion. Not too much, but there has to be some. Why? Why must there be some slam dunking? Otherwise, the discussion is lifeless. Okay. Can we agree on the when I say slam dunking, what I mean is there's like a boom, gotcha. Your opinion is so wrong and you're so fucking stupid. Haha, look at how dumb you are, you fucking idiot. Like that's what I mean, right? That's the vibe of what a slam dunk is. And you're saying there needs to be some of that, otherwise discussion is lifeless. If I'm not passionate in trying to convince you of my views, what's the point? I don't think that. So here's my thing. I don't think passion is necessarily needs to be expressed through slam dunking. I don't think that's true. I think if you believe that, you have a very narrow view on the possibilities of discussion. And if that's the case, then all I can say is it's very difficult for me to tell you what is possible without you having experienced what's possible. And I think you just have to go experience it. And what I can do is then recommend you to perhaps engage in spaces you're unfamiliar with that make you uncomfortable. No, it's not like a gotcha noob. It's more like my opinion holds more merit than yours. So then we're talking about different things. That's not what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about slam dunking, what I mean is it's a gotcha noob. That's what I mean by slam dunking, and that's what I don't like. And what I'm saying is, leftist politics engages in this a little too much. Could say your view is too wide. Yeah, you can. What is the okay? If what you're trying to say is the implication is not clear for why a narrow view is bad, what I will say to you is that I'm an educator first and foremost, and I think if you ask most, if not any, all educators throughout history, one of the things that most, if not all, educators agree on is generally that stubborn, narrow worldviews are not. Is that this is a mindset, stubbornness is something that education addresses in a way that to hold people to broader views, or at least the views that are healthy, right? Then what those views are is what's under contention, right? What the right views are is what the correct views are is what's under contention. That's what's under discussion. Totally fair. But to say that no, stubbornness is actually good, I would say is a difficult argument to make, and I would advise against it. We're all academics here, excuse my juvenile language, we're really not trying to start shit. That's fair. That's totally fair. In which case we're having an argument right now. But do you believe that there's this sort of, what about the other extreme then? The whole there is not right, everything is right view. So if you're talking about relativism, no, I'm not a relativist. I don't think moral relativism is cooking either. I've read a little bit into it, and it's very difficult to defend. Honestly, I would say in my experience in philosophy, it's really hard to defend moral relativism because how do I say this? There's two legs of this, right? The first leg is like defending the position of relativism philosophically requires you to, among other things, first reconcile like how to like someone else from saying, well, yeah, that's what you think, right? Like that's the first leg of the problem, right? The like one of the other legs of the, or not first, but that's one of the legs of the problem. One of the other legs of this problem is that like, what do you achieve beyond your argumentative paper, right? Beyond your ink on paper, beyond your ink, beyond your like little discussion group, when you say, but actually everything's subjective. Like it's the 101 philosophy mistake. It's like the first undergraduate like 101 philosophy mistake you make is like you kind of go, oh yeah, well fuck you, professor, because like nothing's true, nothing's objectively true, and so everything's relative, so I relatively think my paper is like an A. And like the funny thing is like the professor response is like, yeah, well, relatively speaking, your professor's a D, and I'm the professor, so that's what I'm giving you. You quickly fall into like will to power nihilism. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it, but it's like if you fall into will to power nihilism without considering what it is at all, that's definitely not the position you'd want to take, right? Like if you just fell into it instead of whatever. Extremely careful with what you say, thank you. Always dodging questions with questions, wink wink. So, I don't understand. I thought that was a compliment, sorry. What are you then, Mr. Philosopher? I don't know, I'm still deciding. I don't think there's ever like, I don't think like putting a label on myself is gonna help me at all in understanding the world. What I will say is I'm most currently, right? I am most sympathetic to the philosophies and the work of Soren Kierkegaard. That's what I would say. If you like broadly speaking, right? In general, if you want to ask me where I lie philosophically, that's where I go. It's a sort of existentialism that acts as an undercurrent for, I think, what is probably a more open-minded and what is this? Approach to education. I guess that's what I would. That's curse philosophy. You begin, the more you lose yourself. So I think I'm detecting, right? Here's what I'm reading: is you're unsatisfied with the way I'm talking or the way I'm answering some of your questions because you think like, oh, you're just not giving your real opinion. You're dodgy, right? And what I have to say to this is you have to trust me in this conversation right now. And I know it's hard. I'm asking you for a favor, okay? I'm asking you for a favor. You have to trust me when I say this is how I really feel about stuff. And that some uncertainties in life are generally like tend towards greater wisdom than what is otherwise an attitude that's I figured it all out and there's nothing to think about anymore. Especially when you're young, right? Because I'm guessing you're like not too old. I'm guessing you're not as old as 60. I'm guessing you're not too old. I think you've probably got a decent amount of time to like experience things and see things for yourself, right? Why rush into a conclusion? So especially when you study philosophy and you see the thousands of years of history of conclusions people have come to and formed, beliefs around and written many, like extensively on. What's the hurry, right? What's the hurry in trying to be like this? I am in this camp. This is my identity. This is what I believe in. This is whatever. I fail to see what the rush is and beyond. And I'm going to be careful here. Not because I'm trying to avoid a question, but because I'm trying not to, insult you. Frankly speaking, okay? I'm trying not to insult you. When I say, I fail to see the appeal of being part of a team and then engaging in sophistry to try to prove to people that you're right, and ruthlessly ignoring things such as compassion and kindness. You've been satisfied. You just want to pick your brain about things. I assume you're smarter than me, and I want to learn about your views and getting nothing. I'm really sorry that that's the case. I'm not very good with my words. Ask me again questions. I'll try to answer them again. If I'm very patient. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm taking everyone else's time. But I'm very patient. Ask me again if there is something you think, like you asked me a question before that I just didn't answer satisfactorily. I'll try to I'll try to be less nuanced with it and try to be more attack, because I think that's what you want, right? I think you want me to attack your views, or at least challenge them in a way that puts you on like a back seat, on the back pedal, right? And the reason I don't often do that is because it's not conducive usually to good discussion, like what we agreed upon earlier, which is the fact that, you know, good discussion is worth having, right? I don't usually think that attacking people's challenging people's views very directly is leads to good discussion, because oftentimes it dehumanizes the other person and yourself in the process. Maybe next time, that's totally fine. I think if you really, I think maybe one of the things that I suspect you want me to say or concede a point on, right, is you're trying to ask me, okay, Karis, Mr. Euphenor, philosophy VTuber, why is it that when I even suggest the possibility that women are that there is a possibility that women are at fault for the sexual assaults perpetuated by men on women in society, or, you know, to a maybe looser extent, just views that currently progressive people view as misogynist. You know, why is it that when I even bring this up, it gets shut down very quickly? And, you know, how come I can't even speak my mind with the PC police around, knocking on my door or whatever, right? I think that is what you're thinking, truthfully. I hope I'm not misrepresenting you, right? In which case, that's not, I want to say that you're engaging in the wrong circles. You really are. I think that there are progressive people who are dumb as shit. I think there are feminists that are fucking idiots. I think that there are feminists out there with feminist views that are complete, that their brains are empty and they don't know what's going on, men and women and all the NBs, right? That is something we do. I think that is something we can agree on. But here's my thing. That's not every person in the world. And I think it's not that difficult to engage with and find a community of people who are willing to engage in good discussion with you. And I implore you and I urge you to try to do that more. Because I have a feeling that most of the discussions you end up in are unsatisfactory, because people are, you know, either not intellectually prepared to engage in your ideas that might be, you know, quote unquote controversial, or if they are, they don't want to entertain you. They're dismissive. They just want to be like, no, and then they call you a name. They call you're a misogynist, you're an asshole, you're whatever. And then they write you off, and you feel dissatisfied because you're like, I want to have this discussion though. And I sympathize with that. I truly do. But my overall broader suggestion, right, not to this pertaining to this specific discussion, but just from what I'm getting from you, like from what you've said in chat so far, right? Here's what I'm getting, is you're unsatisfied with the intellectual engagement you have around you. And what I will say is the best thing you can do for yourself is to go out and be more open-minded and like look for people to have these discussions with. Now, before I send you out on your merry way, here's what I want to say that might help you with this. If you go around provoking, or maybe not aiming to provoke, but phrasing things very bluntly, it won't land very well. In the same way that, for example, if you tell a joke that doesn't land like that you know, might be funny for some people who share your humor, but others who don't, it won't land 100% of the time, right? My advice for that is, if you're looking for intellectual discussion that's truthfully intellectual, not like pseudo-intellectual bullshit, right? But actually talking to people who know what the hell is going on with diverse and different opinions, be kind about it. Like, you know, afford a little kindness, try to be charitable to other people's views, try to see where they're coming from first. That helps you both in finding discussion and in winning discussion, because I think you believe in winning discussions, right? Which I personally disagree with. I don't think there's such a thing as winning, and I think debates are fucking stupid, but like, that's me, right? You probably believe otherwise. And if you do, my advice is this: being kind, or not being kind, being sympathetic and being able to see what's going on in the other person's head, like from their perspective, and not straw manning them, but actually being like, knowing, oh, this is what you're thinking, both helps you engage with people to start the discussion, and it helps you win the debate. It does. So you're saying, I want you to say, why does an energy drink company think an underdressed girl with big melons is going to convince me to buy their drink more? The short answer is sex sells, right? The short answer is sex sells. Here's the medium answer. The medium answer is, it's the same reason. Hold on. I don't want to. I don't want to be rude to you, man. Like, I really don't. Like, I'm not. I have to like not. I do have to exercise what I preach, right? The reason an energy company thinks that is because their market trends and data tell them that sex sells. Here's what that means. What that means is, for whatever reason, they sit down in front of their like Excel sheets, and they look at strategies both from themselves and from other companies before them, because they're looking at other companies too, right? And they're realizing that, oh, there's a specific strategy that gains more eyeballs on our product and boosts our sales. Let's employ that strategy. Okay. So now, if you're asking, why does that strategy work? Right? It works because it appeals to the male gaze. And this is a term used in feminist literature, in feminist philosophy. But the way I'm using it here, just to give a quick and dirty explanation, right, is essentially not just like men exclusively engage in the male gaze, women too. Women, here's something that you might not expect to come out of my mouth right now. Women perpetuate misogyny too. Maybe not just as much as men do, but women also participate in and perpetuate cycles of misogyny, right? Cycles of objectifying women. They are responsible for this too. You might not have expected this to come out of me. I hope you did, or maybe you didn't, because either that means I surprised you, or like you had high expectations from me. Why this stat suggesting so many sex cells? Sorry, when I'm not saying like, I'm not using a portmanteau of like sex and incel. I was trying to say sex like sells stock, like sells as an SELL. Sorry, like words are confusing, right? Like words are confusing. Finally, something controversial. You would think it's controversial, but like, it's actually not. If you actually took, and I implore you to read feminist philosophy for this reason. You clipping that? Sure, please do. I need the exposure. I need it. Okay, but if you read if you read feminist philosophy, you will find very quickly, at least around like second or third wave is when it's more like present and prominent in the text, in the texts that are being discussed, right? Notably from Simone de Beauvoir, who I'm sort of half quoting here, right? But like, women participate in patriarchy just as men do. Men and women are harmed by patriarchy. Okay, here's the feminist thesis, okay? It's a bit, well, I'm sorry, like I can't read your sarcasm through text, man. The way feminist philosophy establishes this is patriarchy harms men and women. It harms women more, duh, but like it also harms men. And men and women perpetuate cycles of patriarchy. What does that mean? It means women can be misogynists too. Means feminists can be, that's not what it means, but adjacent to that, which is something you might like to hear, feminists can be misandrous as well. Or rather, people who claim to be feminists can be misandrous as well. I personally think that shit is not real. Like, as in that, like, people who claim to be feminists who are actually just misandrists are also fucking idiots, but like, you know, you call it out when you see it, right? I know at least one pink-haired overweight woman who slapped you for saying that. Do you really know someone like that? Because I also know, because I genuinely do have an acquaintance who is pink-haired and is a woman, and I think is like overweight, but I'm not sure. Like, we haven't had a discussion on weight in a while. Maybe she's like doing better now, but like in a health perspective, not like overweight as in they have like a tiny bit of flab and that's disgusting because women should only be in hourglasses. Like, that's not what I mean. Like, I mean overweight as in like, you know, the doctor was like, you should think about this. Right? That's what I mean. Like, I do know a pink-haired woman who is probably part of the moving force that's taught me this. Really. But I think you're raising the point. I think you are trying to, again, create this scarecrow. You're trying to create this straw man, and like, you don't have to do that. Like, it's just us. It's me, you, and it's the rest of chat who are predominantly left-leaning, and therefore they're piling on you. I apologize. That's just the way people are, and like discussions tend to be, right? But you don't have to bring in like a third person. I don't know. Like, I do know a pink-haired, maybe once overweight, but now probably like average weight woman, and she wouldn't slap me. Bro, just call her fat. I don't think she's not fat. Fat and overweight are not the same things. They're not, although some people like to use overweight synonymously or like as a euphemism, that's not what I'm using it for. When I say overweight, I mean like your BMI is like according to your health professional, like not good. And whether or not the validity of BMI is a thing, and like whether or not it's region specific, because there are some countries, for example, with BMI standards that are like very different from others. There are some, like, I don't know everything about BMI, but I do know that it's not like the perfect source. I do know that, but because I'm like the philosopher VTuber, I'm not the fucking biology VTuber. Like, I can't tell you what exactly is the way to determine whether or not someone's weight and like the amount of fats in their body maybe put them at a health risk. I don't know. I have no goddamn clue. Doesn't consider muscles or sex. Oh, then it's not that good then, is it? BMI is useless? Oh, yeah, body fat percentages, yeah, probably. I see. Thank you for educating me. I didn't know. I've not... I didn't know that. But yeah, I suppose body fat percentage is more accurate. But here's the thing, I guess, so like the women who have dyed hair and pronouns are not as unreasonable as you think, or at least not all of them. I think some of them, I think maybe there's a good amount of them that are unreasonable that you've talked to, and I apologize if that was your experience, right? Women can be unpleasant the same way men can be unpleasant, the same way anyone else can be unpleasant. That happens. You really think I'm one to shy away from an unpleasant comment? That's not what I mean. It's more like I myself like to uphold myself to a standard, right? Is all. America is up to their BMI standards. There's too many fat fuckers out there. I don't know anything about American BMI standards, so I can't comment on that. I have no goddamn clue, but maybe. I do know there's a stereotype of Americans that where they overeat and they're like, you know, overweight and all of that, but whether or not it's true, I'm not sure, because, and this is the character break stream, so I can say this, but I've never been to the US. I've never been to America. I don't know what exactly it's like there. I know a few Americans, of course. Well, maybe a bit more than a few, like a handful of Americans, a bit more than that. But none of them are, but most of them are philosophy majors. Where are you from? I am from the Library of Alexandria. The Library of Alexandria, and I hear you ask, burned down years ago. That can't be true. Well, there's the point, and that's why I'm a VTuber. Right. Let me break character for a moment and say that it's not something I want to disclose. I hope that makes sense why. Philosophy of anonymity. Philosophy of identity is something we're talking about, though. It's super interesting. And I've yet to talk about it. I've yet to really dive into the philosophy of identity. I'm just not sure when. Anyways, let's go back to the original, or the question you really wanted me to get into, right? Like, why does sex sell? Why do skimpy, like, bikini-clad women holding up a product drive more sales? Not why it works economically, but what's going on that is driving this male attention. Simple. It's that men who are heterosexual are aroused by these things, and their arousal draws attention, you know, from them to the product that it's next to. And even if the guy isn't a complete idiot, you know, even if the guy is like, this hot girl in skimpy clothing is selling something, whatever, like, seeing that enough is going to imprint in your mind the product image, right? It's the same reason why an ad doesn't have to necessarily sell you on the product right away. It just needs to imprint the product in your head so that you remember it, right? It's the same like logic. So, sorry, I'm just like a little thirsty as well. I haven't had water in a while, but I'm gonna end stream soon, so I'm gonna go do that once I end stream. Why Why does sex sell? Why do men look at boobs and then buy product? Same reason why marketing works for ads, because when attention is drawn to it, your mind imprints the brand or the product, and that boosts sales, right? Okay, why are my eyes drawn to boobs as a straight guy? I can also tell you that I am a straight man, probably. I'm not sure, but I'm probably a straight man. You can never be too sure about anything. You can never be too sure if you're dreaming right now. But, you know, I'm probably a straight man, right? So, I'm not working from, like, an alien perspective. I do also see, like, hot women in skimpy clothes. And sometimes get aroused. Like, that's a thing that happens. We were talking earlier, like, what if the sex scene on the airplane arouses me? Like, that was like a funny thing we were talking about earlier, right? Question 1, do you think it's more difficult for men to date now? Would you have an easier time finding a girlfriend, say, 100 years ago than today? Is it more difficult for men to date now? Do you mean, is it more difficult to date to marry? Is it more difficult to get a date? Is it more difficult to be in a long-term relationship? Is it more difficult to hook up? Like, what exactly do you mean by date now? I'm not sure. I don't think your wording is unclear. I'm just not very well versed in the subject, right? And follow up, right? Would you have an easier time finding a girlfriend, say, 100 years ago? Would I have an easier time finding a girlfriend? I think, yes, probably I would have an easier time finding a girlfriend. Wait, hold on. Yeah, actually, yeah, I would. And the reason I would say that I would is probably not like the answer you want, but it is the answer that popped in my head. I would find it easier because women 100 years ago were like probably like I believe, right? Women 100 years ago were not as educated as women now, and I would seem a lot more impressive to women 100 years ago than I do now. Like, now I show up and like women look at me, they're like, all right, it's just some guy. But 100 years ago, I'm sure I would have been like, you know, the intellectual of the decade. Why do you think so? Because I think people have been more educated over time. They've been much more aware of it, especially in the digital age. People like are like we are, there's so much information now. Would you like to spend a night with me and find out? I'll have to decline the offer, but thank you for offering. Genes cause men to repel women. No. I'm just saying, like, my educated background is less impressive now than it would be 100 years ago. That's what I'm saying. Because I'm taking the question as in, like, I would have an easier time, right? But if you're saying men in general, like, okay. My gut instinct is to say there's no good answer to this because you're talking about half the population of the world. And any generalizations you make are bound to make mistakes. It's kind of like, I hope that's intuitive, right? Like, it's intuitive to say, when you make assumptions about a large group of people, like, it tends to not be very accurate. The example I would bring up is like macroeconomics, I guess, if that makes sense to you. Is that really the best answer you come up with? I don't think so. Maybe you're right. I think so. Okay, first of all, your question is loaded when you say education is causing men to repel women. Men are not repelling women now. Like, that's not like a thing that happened. Do you mean like men biologically over the past 100 years have, like, you know, grown to have women repellent? No. Women fling themselves onto men. Women fling themselves into bad men. Women fling themselves into awful men. Now, too. If you generalize, what are the question carefully asking you about how you think you'd do? I think I would do better 100 years ago if the idea is, would I have an easier time, perhaps in the terms of, like, you know, how fast it would take me to get a date in, like, you know, ask a girl out and they say yes, or maybe like be in a sustained long-term relationship with a girl. Would it be easier 100 years ago than now? I would say yes, because I'm like, it's more impressive the fact that I'm educated with like a degree and almost 2 degrees. Like it's a lot more impressive. It would be a lot more impressive back then than now. Now it's kind of like, yeah, sure, you're fucking like, you know, you're like every guy. But that's because the bar is raised. There's a whole thing about like too many PhDs, but that's a whole other topic. Right? There's too many PhDs going on, like PhD, like postdocs right now, and not enough like postdoc demand. But I think what you're trying to get at right now, right, is that women now, are not as receptive to approaches to men. And I think maybe you're implying there's like a male loneliness epidemic, maybe. If so, I have a lot to say about that actually. But that is a stream I actually did plan about. I plan to do the next month, like in February. So I hope it's not too much trouble to ask you to join me for that, where I expand on that in detail, what I think about the male loneliness epidemic. But so if that's what you're asking me, I have to tell you, I'm sorry, but that is actually something I'm cooking, but not now. Like I'm not gonna deliver it now. I'm delivering it then. No, I'm implying it's just facts. No. As in like when I say implication, what I mean is you're not writing explicitly. Okay, implication is the opposite of explicitation. Sorry, implicit is the opposite of explicit. The way I'm using it right now. When something is explicitly stated, you're stating in relatively clear words, directly, what you mean and what you're saying. An implication is when underneath the words, so to speak, I'm having difficulty explaining. So to speak, underneath the words, there is something underlying it, right? It's like if you were to say these words on the surface, it's probably because you believe certain words underneath the surface. They're just not on them. So when you're saying I'm not implying it, that's just facts. Like, you're confusing what the word implication means. You can imply something and it be a fact. Okay? Does that make sense? Let me explain it in a different way. When I say, how long does it take to circle the globe? When I ask how long does it take to circle the globe, the implication is that the Earth is a globe that can be circled, right? Because I'm asking how long it's going to take. The implication is that obviously that you can do that, right? That implication is a fact, or at least I want to claim as a fact. I want to claim the fact that the Earth is relatively globe-shaped, and one can circle it through various means, such as through air travel, which I had an extensive discussion and recalling earlier. That is an implication that is a fact. Bro, I know what I'm... Okay, so you let me repeat myself again, okay? Your response to what I said just now was, I'm not implying. That's just facts. And I'm saying you're implying the fact. And your sentence structure is suggesting that it's one or the other, when in fact, these things are not mutually exclusive. And I suspected that this is because you're a little confused on what the definition of an implication is. And if that's not the case, then what I'm saying is like the way you phrase that sentence implies that. Implies that. God, no, I'm not using the word again. Terrible. You don't have to get into detail, but your general thoughts wouldn't hurt. Sure. Generally, I think men right now feel really feel lonelier maybe than what they think was the glory days of 100 years ago, because there is an idealization and there is a misunderstanding of what was going on 100 years. I think there is it's not there's a lot of things embedded in that. I think one of the things with the male loneliness epidemic, or male loneliness, right, is the fact that men feel there is a crisis going on. I think there is. It's not, maybe it's a little overblown. I don't think it's as big as it is. Like, I think when people say there's a male loneliness epidemic, they're probably claiming a bigger impact than what I would claim, right? See how he jumps over my comments like an Olympic jumper? I'm sorry, maybe. I'll read your comments another time. Are you speaking from experience? Is that a February question? Women fling themselves into men? I'm answering that in February. Okay. Sorry. I'll answer your things in February, okay? Sorry. Okay. Male loneliness is real in the sense that I think a lot of men right now, especially vulnerable young men exposed to the internet, feel pretty bad about themselves. I'm sorry, but like I can't. Yeah, you replied to my latest comment and random the comment from last year. I'm sorry, that's me. That's on me. I'm not a good streamer. I'm just not a good streamer. So I think the root of the problem of the male loneliness epidemic is a lot of men, especially young men, but also like, you know, slightly older men. But I think it's significantly more younger men, right? Are because of the growing complexities of our understanding of what masculine values and, you know, good values are, and, you know, what it means to be a man, what it means to be good, is shifting and morphing because of our understanding of the way things are. For example, a lot of our understandings of what makes a man excludes gays. Like it excludes the gays, you know, the homosexuals are not a part of the men because they're into other men. That's kind of, and you know, like what's not what's manlier than being into another man? Mr. Flosser want a duo queue? Oh god. No duo queuing, thank you. So I think here's the thing, right? Men are generally okay. No, that's a terrible way to start that statement, right? When men in this sort of male loneliness epidemic, right, are lost. They are unsure of their value as a person because of the growing and changing understandings of what masculinity means, and our understanding of it, right, is changing. And it has changed and it will continue to change. And because of that, men feel as though they don't have something to cling on to. And one of the big things with that is actually I think something that's like a loop, like it's a cyclical thing, is that they feel like they're not themselves, like they're not real men if they don't have a girlfriend, if they don't have the affection of specifically a heterosexual female partner. Or just like, you know, attention from them or anything like that. And let me just say on the side that the solution to this whole thing is more just self-validation and appreciating of oneself as a person, like independent of the affections of like someone else and like whatever, and reconciling that with, for example, like as you say, right? Oh, the biological need for a man to quote unquote procreate with a woman, whatever. Like the whole biology angle, which is like a mess, but whatever, right? The big solution is self-acceptance. So let's move on from let's just sideline that, right? The big solution I'm claiming is self-acceptance, and like self-validation and self-worth. Okay, let's move that aside. Because of this, men in this, you know, loneliness epidemic want to like believe that like their problems will be solved once they quote unquote get a girlfriend, and this is treated as like an objective. Like this is like the end game prize. This is like this is the thing that will make you a man, really, and then you'll feel good about yourself and you'll feel fine. You'll feel like you fulfilled your divine purpose or whatever. You can like this immediately is class A textbook like objectification. Like you are turning this human into the object. You're turning the I into an it, you know? it's cheesy and it's cliche to say like, oh, women are not a prize to be won, but it's like a simple, it's not like we haven't even gotten off the runway, you know, we haven't even gotten off the runway, and a lot of people, especially these young men, are having these problems. Like they don't understand that this very simple thing. And this behavior of objectifying women, right? Of going like, oh, they're the prize to be won at the end, they're the Princess Peach, the whatever, right? Pushes women away because women don't want to be with a guy who doesn't treat them like a person. Generally, you'll find exceptions to this. I'll talk about it in the big stream. Okay. But generally, again, I disagree with you here. I think your desire for sex is a great motivator, making it seem like such a bad thing. I'm not saying it's okay. Let me try to put it in terms like in terms that are more like hip with the youth, because I'm a little old, right? Like I'm gonna try to make it a bit hip with the youth. If all you're doing is skirt chasing, you're gonna scare the hoes away, okay? If you are like, if you're kind of dumb and you are like an ape, you're just like ooga booga, I'm skirt chasing, I want to get my dick wet, then you're gonna scare the hose away. Okay? That's the most like hip youth way I can put what I wanted to say. And men, here's the thing, men don't understand this very simple thing. Young men are led astray and led to believe, due to a myriad of factors, that like this is the way to go, and if it doesn't work, it's not your fault, it's the women's fault. The women, like the collective women. And to reinforce this, they bring like, you'll have influencers who will start podcasts and bring on stupid fucking like women to explain their quote unquote feminist views, and then they're gonna make a fool of themselves, and that's gonna reinforce this viewpoint that, you know, women are the prize to be won and they just don't know it, or they're being poisoned by society and culture today to believe that like that's not the case or whatever, you know. It's been working for me so far, Miss Philosopher. That's the, you know what's funny is like, I know I have a friend who is phenomenally intelligent. Like, this man is one of the smartest like guys I've ever known and met. Like, he's truly extraordinarily brilliant in his knowledge base and in his ability to reason, like his ability to argue and his ability to debate. He is also the most stubborn man in the world that I've met as well. Like, and every time we come to an impasse in a discussion, the thing he says is, well, it's been working for me so far. And like, you know what's the worst part is like, there's no like argument against this that will resonate with you. I don't care about winning the argument. I care about helping you, like, because I truly think there's something I can help you with. But if your response is like, well, it's been working for me so far, then you're refusing to acknowledge, among other things, like possibilities for change and for, you know, greater pursuits. 1, 2, you're also going like, well, in my lived experience, it's good. So if you cite anything, it's not my lived experience, so therefore it can be disproven. You know, that's the thing. You sure we're not friends? Not really. You do sound like some people I know. Well, you sound a little bit like some people. The people I know who hold somewhat similar values or like ideas to you are generally a bit more mellow and a bit less provocative, because they're all philosophy majors who have made it to a pretty good school and have been able to participate in discussions that are extraordinarily above my weight class. So while you might remind me of someone like I know, you don't exactly. You're probably not one of the friends I know. I don't mean any offense. You know what? Maybe I do mean some offense. Like, you know, if you want to, like, if the mud flinging is fun for you, I don't mind engaging in it in a little bit. Let me engage in it a little bit. You don't sound smart enough to be one of my friends. One of my friends who hold these views, who I engage with philosophically on a regular basis. Okay, if you want to, you know, engage in some of the mud flinging, I could do that. I'll do that. But again, I don't think that's, you know, I don't care to call you stupid. I just don't think that is meaningful at all. That doesn't contribute to anything. But anyways, right? There's a huge topic to bring up, and I think we might have some overlapping concerns. I am very, very concerned with young men. I genuinely believe that young men are in a crisis right now, and it is sort of the male loneliness epidemic, but it's not the epidemic per se. But you know what? But it's the way this epidemic has been perceived, and subsequently the way it's been cash farmed by grifters and gurus who perpetuate. First of all, they perpetuate not even good, like not even somewhat difficult, like misogynist views. They perpetuate super easy, basic, primary kid level shit in their misogynist views. But like these young men are falling for it, and they're losing, you know, their money and their jobs, and to some and in some cases their wife and kids because they're buying into this bullshit. And like this is because their insecurities are being taken advantage of, and I think that's horrible. It's fucked. It's horrible. I think we can agree on that, right? I think mudflinging is so good for learning. If that's the case, I don't mind engaging in it a little bit, but I don't enjoy it personally. I personally enjoy the action of uplifting more. Like I think what gives me the sense of euphoria isn't actually winning the argument or debate or whatever, but it's helping another person come to an understanding, and they go, oh, or like, you know, they have their views sort of like challenged in a way that's healthy, in the way that they're like, oh shit, okay, I didn't think about it this way before. That gives me that sense of victory, that sense of like, yeah, okay, we did it, right? Not the like, my opinion is better than yours. And for one video someone Twitter posted where they were like, Danish kids are encouraged to roll around in the dirt because it helps them become smarter, and the Danes were like, is that a thing? I didn't know it was a thing. Philosophers were yapping 4 hours in a lecture hall. Yeah, it's like, it's not good. We need to cut that down. We need to cut every stream down to like 2 hours. But yes, I hope that resolves some of the things you wanted to hear from me. We can talk about men and women more in February if you'd like. I want to caution you to be mindful of your comments and the way you phrase them. Not because like, oh, I don't want to engage with them, but I think it to benefit you and your goals. Because here's my thing. I think from what I can gather, part of your goal is to engage in intellectual discourse that challenges your worldviews. Right? And you want to do that because you also want to challenge other people's worldviews in discourse, and you want to, essentially prove that your opinion is like stronger than someone else's, right? And I would implore you to be a bit more compassionate and more sympathetic in your views before entering something like this, because both it helps you get into the conversations and it helps you win the debates, And I'm not going to ban anyone for being rude in my comments, but I'm going to tell them off. So I'm telling you off for being rude in the comments. So I'm not going to ban you. You can be rude, but I'm going to be like, you're being fucking rude. you idiot, and then I'm going to call you an idiot. Difficult to interact. We could have this discussion on a call, plus you suck at the streaming thing. So, yes, I agree with sucking at the streaming thing. No, I don't want to have a discussion on call. I don't want to call anyone because, for a myriad of reasons, the main one being, like, I just don't want to turn into a debate channel. That's what happens if I do that. What happens if I engage with people who disagree with me philosophically, like all of them, on a voice call, is like, it just becomes like a debate bro channel, and you don't want to watch. Like, I'm guessing you're not a fan of Hassan, are you? Are you a fan of Hassanabi? I don't think so, right? You don't want to see this. You don't want to see Hassanabi, do you? Then I be streamed? Well, what the hell else do I do as a VTuber? The programmation. I'm not too invested in this. I'm sorry. Like, we can engage in the mud flinging a bit more here, right? I'm not that invested. I think what you want, but I do think what you want is like healthy intellectual debate, and you're kind of resigning away from the idea that this can happen to someone who holds strong feminist positions philosophically. And I want to be the force that disproves this. I want to be the one that tells you that may not necessarily be the case. And you just need to find the right crowd. I really do believe that. And one of the ways you find the right crowd is by, by avoiding saying shit that would offend people, even if you believe you're being censored by the PC police. Here's my thing. When you participate in society, okay, this is a whole other thing actually. When you participate in society, you make concessions to some rules. You make concessions to certain things, right? You're not just out there living your best life and that's it. For example, if you're like walking around on the street, you don't push people out of the way when they're in your way all the time. When you're on the escalator, you stand on the right and you walk on the left, or the other way around depending on where you're from. Like, there are certain things you make, there are certain concessions you make in society by participating. That's a fact, right? The concession you have to make when you want to engage in like strong intellectual debate, like argument debate, is that you have to come in being as respectful as possible. Especially when you want to debate things that are very, like, or you want to discuss and bring to light and cast a light. If you want to cast a spotlight of doubt on something, especially when it pertains to something someone holds very dearly. For example, someone's religion, someone's gender identity, someone's whatever, right? You want to cast a light of doubt on that, you can. And there are people who are willing to engage with you to do that. For example, me, right? To some extent. But you have to concede that, like, this is something you want. And if you want this, you want to make sure the other person wants this too. And the one way to guarantee the other person won't want this is if you just walk in and you just start invalidating their presence, and you start going like, this, you're not real, what you believe is fake. Like, would you, for example, right? I don't know. Okay, this is one last thing I want to say before I end, because I should end stream very soon, right? If you're trying to convert someone to a religion or convert someone out of a religion, either of those scenarios, you don't just walk up to them and be like, God is real. If you're Abrahamic, right? If you're trying to do it like through an Abrahamic religion, you're not going to be like, God is real, you fucking idiot. Here's 1,000 pages of why it's real, dumbass. Read a fucking book, and you throw the book at him. Like, do you really think that's going to work? And on the other end of that, if you're trying to talk to someone who's a stupid theist, and we all know God is dead and we killed him, you can't just walk up to a religious person. You can't just walk up to a religious person and go like, God is dead, you idiot. Didn't you read Friedrich Nietzsche? He's right here. Like, you can't do that and expect them to change. Or at least not even to change, right? You can't do that and expect them to engage with you in any way. They're just gonna be like, fuck off, dude, and then walk away. And that sucks. Because you don't want people to just say fuck off and leave. You want to engage with them. You want to beat them in the arena of debate. You do, don't you? I know you do. A lot of philosophers want to as well. It's like a great prize. There's a whole pride and ego that goes into it, right? But whatever. You want to beat them in the arena of debate. Well, in order to do that, you have to get them to agree to be in the arena with you in the first place. And you cannot have that by going around and being rude. Like, you just, like, that, it just doesn't work. And I'm not saying this as in, like, you should or shouldn't in, like, a moral sense. I'm just saying, like, this is advice, man. Like, this is truly advice from a philosophy major and from the philosophy VTuber. If you want to engage in that, like, stuff. You did have a legit philosophical intellectual question, but a voice memo to later. Sure, do what you want. Do what you want. My Twitter is open and alive. I really like exchange, but that comes with a sense of confrontation that makes people uncomfortable. You're completely right, which is why, and this does require you to, and I guess I'll put it in words, maybe they'll resonate with you more. It requires you to be, you have to be the bigger man here, okay? You have to be the bigger man and just engage, like walk into the exchange, intentionally softening your blows. Like, you have to intentionally, like, make it easier, like make it more comfortable for the other person, for them not to like just run away and disengage with you. Because at the end of the day, you want to engage with them. You want to, what's your goal? Your goal is to have debate, right? Is that your goal? If that's your goal, then you can't do that by just, you know, walking into them and then owning them with facts and logic. Like, you have to engage with them as a human being, because otherwise they're just going to be like, all right, fuck off, I'm leaving. And you'll embarrass them. You'll be like, yeah, I totally want, but then you know what that does? That puts you like that, or doesn't put you, that's just what goes on in, like, you know, Snowflake gets destroyed by Ben Shapiro compilation 46, right? Like, trust me, I've watched those videos and I used to like them. I used to like Ben Shapiro. I used to, when I was very, very young, I did think Ben Shapiro was like a great argument, a great arguer. But then I grew up and realized it's not. He's not cooking. It's easier to tell someone they lack compassion than responding to difficult questions. I mean, hold on. I don't know what you're trying to say with that. So you're saying I'm running away from the difficult questions by saying you lack compassion. That's not true. I don't think I've run away from anything you've said. And if you believe that, that's just my skill issue on my end. Like, I'm not explaining myself as concisely as I can. In which case, repeat the question. I'm not gonna ignore it. Like, I'll try not to, at least. But I hope, like, because here's the thing, simplicity and nuance are very hard to reconcile, if not impossible. And the deeper an understanding of the world you have, the more you'll realize that things are muddied and nuanced. Like, nothing is simple. The more you think about anything, the more you realize it's not as simple as it seems. Can't help that I'm right all the time. Hey, me too. No, but like, here's the thing, is like, so what if you're right? Actually, you know what? Maybe I can, like, maybe this might help you. Maybe these are some words of wisdom. They helped me, right? I used to be a bit more like you in that I loved to argue and I loved to tell people that they're wrong. I enjoyed lauding my opinion over other people. Right? Until one day, I finally won an argument, and it was against someone else, right? It was like someone close to me. It was like a friend, right? It was someone really close to me. And I engaged with them and I destroyed them in an argument. You know, I totally dismantled all the premises and cast doubt on everything they believed in. I asserted my positions and my arguments, and I put my worldview ahead and said, hey, this is the objectively correct worldview to see. Behold the right answer. And you know what the other person did? Like, they cried. they just cried. They started bawling in tears. And that's when I was like, this isn't what I wanted. This isn't the victory. This isn't what I'm doing this for. Like, I'm not engaging in I'm not reading so much and studying so hard and like, debating so fiercely and intensely for the other person to cry at the end of it. Like, why? That's not what I wanted. That's awful. Like, this, I feel bad. Not only that, like, not only is it my sympathy, oh, I just feel bad, but also like none of the shit I'm trying to say is gonna come across. You can't like the person is like not listening to anything I'm saying, and you're going like, okay, so you're saying what a pussy. Yeah, you can say that. You double down, you spit on him, you go what a pussy, like you kick him, whatever, like, and then what, right? What happens after you win? Let me ask you this question: what happens after you win? Can you resonate with what I'm trying to bring to you, bring to your attention? This hollow dissatisfaction when you destroy someone, when you just break them down, when you take everything away from them, when they realize that what they believe in isn't real anymore, whatever, and they're just like left there and empty. You've killed them. Congratulations. You've slit their throat. You see the blood running out of them, right? Like you've stabbed them in the heart. You've twisted the knife. They're falling on the floor. They're bleeding. They're dying. You did it. You beat the other guy. Hooray! Like, congratulations. It's hollow. It's empty. Like, I don't know if this will resonate to you. Maybe it will in a few years, but I hope you like at least hear me out on this, right? So what if you win? So what if you beat them? Don't think the people I surround myself with would cry for being wrong and disagreed with. It's really not that deep. So you're surrounding yourself with people that are like-minded and unwilling to engage in people who are not like-minded. Is that correct? When earlier I heard I saw and I read and I interpreted an implication from you to say that I'm in an echo chamber, a circle jerk, or whatever, when I'm engaging with people in my chat who generally agree with the views I have. Is that right? Again, I'm doing the mud flinging. I hope you're enjoying this. If you're not, like, I'm gonna stop. I just like, because I personally don't care for mud flinging. Dopamine, yeah, like, and then like, you know, how long does that last you, right? You destroy the person and you're like, all right, on to the next person, and you scare off 50 people. One person finally comes and like tries to debate you. You win again. Boom, 2-0 for the GOAT, 2-0 for the greatest thinker of all time. Okay. You're not, what are you accomplishing? Are you stacking up like a scoreboard for yourself? Don't you think you're trying on the safer side of things? No. Let me ask you this. What are you accomplishing? What are you accomplishing by destroying someone in an argument? You get you're making like Facts and Logic Destroys Liberal Snowflake Compilation 47. Like, that's what you're doing. And frankly, I just don't think that's very, I hate to insult you, but that's fucking stupid. That's fucking meaningless. Like, you're jerking yourself off. Like, you're jerking yourself off because you can't have the simple pleasures of being with another person. Like, that's literally what that is. You view them as a learning experience? What are you learning? What are you learning? I feel you can always get something out of destroying someone. Yeah, you can get something. You can, like, you can bash their head in and take a tooth as like a trophy and hang it on like a necklace around your neck. You can do that. But do you see like the analogy I'm drawing, right? Do you see how I am hopefully artfully like drawing a parallel between this behavior and a sort of a brutality that is not, it's not very cool. Like, it's not very badass. It's just, you're just a warmonger. You're just a brutal warmonger. And if you're saying, well, what's wrong with that? My only response is like, there's no such, like, you're then asking to engage in the battlefield, right? You're no longer asking to engage intellectually in a discussion. You're saying, what's wrong with destroying people when I can do it all the time, right? I would recommend Friedrich Nietzsche. You should read, if that's like, if what I said just now kind of sounds like something you either resonate with or you want to know more about. You think it's so brutal that it's compared to bashing someone's head in? No, I don't think that's always the case. I'm drawing an analogy to physical violence, which is not usually as big of a deal as, for example, like hurting someone's feelings. I'm saying you're engaging in a discussion someone's consented to. Okay. I think I'm getting where you're at more. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at this. I promise. This is the last thing I say when I end stream, right? But I do want to talk to you. I think it's interesting. On stream. I'm not going to do this off stream. Because I think there's something interesting to be brought out of this that should be public, right? And all my engagements I want to be public. If you feel that all there is, or rather the greatest joy and victory, is in dismantling someone's argument and, like, you know, beating them in a debate and then moving on to engage in more debate, then you should consider a degree in philosophy or 2 degrees in philosophy, or, you know, engaging in academic like circles. This is not an academic circle. Like, I'm just a guy on YouTube. I talk through an anime avatar. Like, this is not academic. If all you're interested in is purely just like intellectual debate and discussion, you should do that. But if you are finding difficulty with that because of certain reasons, one or another, for example, if you think, oh, the PC police is too woke and you're not allowed to have your opinion anymore, then 1, you're not engaging with the right crowd, but 2, either you're gonna have to suck that up and just be a little more caring for people who are not ready to admit that they're wrong yet, in order to, you know, bring them into the ring, or maybe, you know, see a little bit beyond the perspective of, okay, I want to put my opinion above other people because that makes me feel validated. Because, and this is the last thing I want to introduce to you. I hope it's not a new thing. Why do philosophers think having a degree is the only way you can dabble? No. That's not what I'm saying. No. Don't. Sucks. Having a degree sucks. What I'm saying is, if this is like your life and soul and passion, like if this is the greatest thing you care about, you should do it. But it's most likely not, right? Right? Like, the greatest thing you care about is not just beating people in arguments. Because if it is, why wouldn't you do a degree in philosophy? Or at least, like, try to engage in the structures and systems of the world. You know, as I mentioned, word philosophy degree a lot. I mentioned it like twice or 3 times just now, and the reason I mention it is because it's like, this is the place where you go academically, like, polish it. This is the ranked leaderboard. It's just the time pass. Okay. So here's where I'm gonna tell you, or rather, here's the thing. I think I can't convince you of this, but me telling you this now might open you up to an opportunity in the future to experience this, right? But I hold this philosophical stance, and you are free to debate me and tell me I'm wrong, okay? I hold the philosophical stance that uplifting someone else and enlightening someone else, bringing someone to an illuminated perspective on, you know, what can be, is far greater than any destruction of one's premises you can do. And there's a little bit of a balance between that. You know, you can't just arrive at that by agreeing with everything someone else says and go, yeah, it's just relative, whatever. Like, you can't do that, for sure. You have to engage with them and confront them, and you have to bring You have to cast down suspicion in some of the things that you believe that they are believing is incorrect, or is correct when in actuality is incorrect. See, now it's a PC take. What's a PC take? What is a PC take? What is a PC take? That's caught me off guard. I did not. What the hell did I say was a PC take? When you prioritize someone's well-being and uplifting them over meaningful discourse? No, that's not my take. You're misunderstanding me. The well-being and uplifting of humankind is the ultimate purpose of meaningful discourse. Does that make sense? The point of meaningful discourse is to uplift and strive for a greater humanity. That's the point. That's what makes it meaningful. That's what I'm saying. Otherwise, what the fuck are you doing? You're looting and destroying. You're a barbarian. You also don't want to potentially hurt people's feelings. No, you would potentially hurt some people's feelings. I hurt people's feelings all the time. But I take care to minimize the blow, because that's the way to educate them. Because if you hurt people's feelings too much, they are not receptive to new ideas. But in order to make people receptive to new ideas, you have to unavoidably hurt people's feelings to some extent. But that extent is entirely within your control as a linguist, as a speaker, as someone who has command of the language that you speak, right? That's entirely within your control. It's something you can sharpen and polish. It's a tool. It's a skill. It's a technique. You can get really good at it. But if you don't care to get good at it, then ultimately you don't care about uplifting humanity. You care about winning an argument. I don't think I'm bullying anyone. I'd never said the word bullying. I have never said that word. I have not said that word once. I'm trying to help you figure out that, like, while it is inevitable that confrontation, like, will lead to hurt feelings, if your goal is to benefit humanity, then you owe it to yourself to be a bit more compassionate in your approach. That way, people will swallow the medicine. Okay, like think of it this way. If you can't just, like, people will not take the medicine if you just swat everything that's in their hand away and then put like a pill on their hand. Like, they're not gonna just take it just like that. If you just fucking slap the shit out of them and just put like a pill there, right? Confrontation isn't bullying. If you think it is, I think you're soft. That's not what I'm saying at all. Confrontation is not bullying, of course. Absolutely. Your intention is always exchange. Right, but what's your ultimate intention? Is your ultimate intention to just win arguments? There's a big difference between pointing out intolerance or whatnot in an argument than saying things just destroy people, right? Exactly, there is. So your intention is to exchange, right? That's not your ultimate. That, like, the exchange leads to something. What is that thing that you intend? What is the thing you want out of this exchange? Where is the finish line, right? Is the finish line winning? Winning feels nice, but I lose some too. Yeah. So is winning the argument, like winning a debate, whatever that may mean, right? Whatever that may mean, because that can mean a myriad of things, right? Is that the ultimate goal for you? Don't know why you guys keep using the word destroy. Okay, ignore that then. ignore that. Answer the question. Like, is the ultimate purpose of your exchange to win a debate, or to win as many debates as possible? In which case, it's like, are you chasing like a ranked ladder? Are you chasing like, oh, I want to be plat. I want to be plat 2 in the debate, in the debate thing. Shouldn't it be? Well, if it is, that's what academia is. That's what academia is for. That's currently at least what's going on in philosophical academia. Hence why I'm like, you should consider it. Not because like, you know, like it's good. Frankly, as a philosophy major, it sucks ass. Don't do it. Me doing a philosophy degree was not worth it. I'd rather have been like you maybe honestly, in the sense that like engaging in it and dabbling in it casually, right? When you engage in a debate, do you not want to win? So here's, okay, maybe like this is a good way to phrase it. Like, what's the victory condition? Why do you make it seem like, okay, don't say like you people, it's just you and I, okay? Like, I don't know who else you're lumping me with, but I assure you I'm different because I'm the first and last philosopher VTuber. I'm the only one, okay? But, changed my mind many times. That's good. That's great. But here's my thing, right? Steel sharpens steel, right? That's the logic. Winning debates makes you better at debating. So the more debates you win, the more like valid, meaningful your like the truth that you hang on to is. And your mind has changed, you claim, which I believe you because I'm charitable enough. What is the point? What's the ultimate goal? What's the goal of winning many debates? Like, how many debates is enough, right? Like, you're like, oh no, it's just a hobby. I feel good just winning debates. Then that's fine. You can do that. But I'm allowed to tell you that's very, like, it's barbaric. I'm allowed to tell you that's barbaric. I don't always change my mind. It always gives me a lot to think about. Okay, maybe barbaric's a bit too strong of a word. And I'm not being charitable enough. Let me say this. I think it is not interesting. Like, okay, maybe not. That's not a good word either. Let me think. Do you see what I'm getting at, right? Like, if you're kind of just like, oh, I have a hobby where I debate people, and I show up, and we talk arguments, and it's meant to them, and I walk away, and then that's my hobby. Well, that's your hobby. Then you don't care about it that much. And frankly, like, when did I say the point is to win? What is the point? Like, that's I'm not saying like that's not sorry. I'm asking you what the point is. Like, I want to know what you think the ultimate goal is of an exchange. Very knowledgeable. I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are knowledgeable. I'm sure you know many things. I'm not doubting that. I really am not. I don't think it's conducive. I don't think it's like it's helpful for me to either. Guys, I'm sorry. Don't argue with him. He's got like a lot to fight. He's got a lot to fight. I'm sorry, man. It's like people get riled up and they really want to speak their mind. You'll notice, and I'm doing it just for you. You'll notice I'm ignoring everyone else. Well, I'm not ignoring them. I've read everything that everyone else is saying too, but do we get a heal? God. Anyways, like I think it's not like, I think it's a live stream with a fucking VTuber out of like, you know, anyone that can be like you can engage in meaningful discussion with. I'm sorry if you happen to have picked a not very good person to try to engage in debate with, because what you're gonna get out of me is the fact that debate is not all that cool. Like, debate is not what it's chalked up to be. That's what you're gonna get out of me. I do hold the stance that debate in itself is not very like useful. I think discussion is useful. The debate is a little different. You ignore my genuinely insightful and thoughtful comments. Okay, will it help if I say I've read them and they are they are insightful and thoughtful? They are. But like, I'm not. I need to. I need to talk to this guy. I'm interested. I want to know where he's from, and I want to. Maybe it's just synonym. What's a synonym? Sorry, I'm totally off track. I don't know what you're saying is a synonym. Argument and discussion. Argument and discussion is a synonym to you. Okay. What is the response to that? What is the response to someone claiming that argument and discussion are synonymous? My first instinct is to say that you could look it up and see that there is some difference, but that's like a long process. So let me just tell you now, right? Discussion is not nearly as gamified in the way that debate is. Debate has a goal. Debate is gamified in that there's an objective, there's like ways to achieve that, and in competition, for example, debate competition, there's specific rules. There's judges, there's like point systems or whatever. In sort of informal settings, it's generally when the other person concedes. And a concession can happen for many reasons. A concession can happen if someone has a stomach ache and needs to go to the bathroom. I need to look at the specific definitions of Google, think of the purpose. Okay. So, let me tell you the purpose, right? You can disagree with me on this. This discussion is merely the exchange of ideas. Debate, the exchange of ideas, both to broaden one's perspectives and to, sit on what those things are, what those different perspectives and ideas are. Generally, discussion is respectful. Generally, it comes with a sort of mutual consent for what should be talked about, what the parties want to talk about, the extent to which they want to talk about, and what happens between before and after discussion. Like, hey, are you having a discussion over a meal? Are you having a discussion like with a friend? Like, are you having a discussion online with someone on a forum? Are you having a discussion with someone who's a VTuber? Unfortunately, God. Are you discussing plans to do something? Are you discussing what's the best anime to watch this season? Are you discussing think about all those things, right? Debate is not that. A debate is gamified. There is a topic, there is a set topic, and two sides argue for whether like a for and against. You argue for either that thing, for the truth, usually the truth and falsity of a statement, right? Something like that. And the goal of a debate, there's a goal, right? The goal of the debate is to win the debate. You win the debate officially, again, as I repeat myself. Sorry for repeating myself, right? You win it formally, like in a competition, through like specific rule sets and points and judges and stuff. You win it informally by the other person conceding. Generally, right? Discussions are not that. You can have like discussions don't necessarily like they're, because what you're saying is, well, in all the discussions I have, I win, and like there's a for and against, and I argue for it, and we gamify it, and then we talk about it until the other person concedes and I win, or sometimes I concede and I lose. Well, you're not talking about discussion, you're talking about debate. When's the last time you saw a winner in debate? You mean like when's the last time I watched a debate? Imagine picking a meal and you have to debate for it in front of an audience and it ends with a vote. Isn't that just what streamers do? That's just what streamers do now. I'm a bit confused. When's the last time you saw a winner in a debate? Like, I don't understand what you mean by that, sorry. Because if you're asking me when's the last time I've watched a debate, I would say, unfortunately, due to the recent pandemic, it was online through Zoom, and it was like maybe like 2-3 years ago. You're asking me like a physical, like when I've been there, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. If you're asking me, if you're implying that like there is no such thing as a winner in a debate, I think that's that makes no sense to me. If I'm talking to my friend about what to eat and we end up talking about which protein is better, chicken or beef, what would you call it? That would be a debate. But that's because you turned a discussion into a debate. Do you see what you wrote it yourself, right? You're talking, you're discussing what to eat. And then you're like, okay, let's get into a debate. Which protein is better? And then you get into a debate, and well, that's the debate. But just because you transformed the discussion into a debate. Also, I want to ask you, right? Like, is there such a thing as like winners and losers always? And like, does one party win for another to lose? I'm trying to say the debates have to be on stage with the audience and we're trying to rip each other's head off. No, the example you just rose, like which protein is better, chicken or beef, is a debate. But that's because you turned a discussion into a debate. You went from, let's think about what we eat. Like, you know, what's around, you know, what's open. Should we cook something? Should we go out? I don't know. Like, let's see what's in the kitchen. Oh, okay, we have some ingredients here. Okay, let me check Uber Eats. I've got like a coupon. Oh, okay. Oh, but the coupon's like expired, or like it's for this shitty restaurant. Or maybe we can like walk out and like get takeaway somewhere. We can have a nice walk on like the beach. We can do that. I don't know. I don't feel like it. Like that's like. So you're saying in a discussion, I'm not allowed to say one is better than the other. The discussion means you can't have an opinion. What? Okay. At the end, nobody wins. Chicken guys are going to think chicken's better. Beef guys will think beef's better. At the end, nobody wins. I'm a little confused then. So you don't think there's such a thing as winning or losing? Trying to convince each other to go eat the thing they wish to eat. Yeah. This is not an exchange of ideas. I'm a little confused. So you're drawing an example. And the example is I'm having a discussion with my friend about what to eat, and then we end up talking about whether or not which is the better protein to have. Right? And I'm assuming you're not saying, oh, which is the better protein in general. There's probably some part of it that's like which is the better thing for our current circumstance. Win-lose is too subjective. Sorry, like I'm not at my best performance today because, well, you understand if I need to use my indoor voice, it's for a reason, right? That's all I'll say, I suppose. I think I see what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that chicken and beef is not a debate. You're trying to say that's a discussion. Is that what you're trying to say? Is when you're trying, is that what you're trying to say? Can you clarify for me? Can you be the bigger person in the situation and forgive my, you know, not best, not 100% optimal discussion mentality? Because I was kind of just, I booted up the stream thinking I would talk airplane anecdotes, and I did, and travel anecdotes, and sort of ended up in like from what began as feminist discourse into, you know, now this sort of what is discourse itself, which by the way I think is interesting. Continue another time. Well, I'm going to be honest. Your view is not very interesting. I think you as a person are probably kind of interesting. Like you yourself are probably somewhat interesting, but I think you are trying to, and you are engaging in tactics like debate, like, you know, strategies. You are bringing up points. You are asserting and implying a worldview. I think that is both unclear. Like I think you don't know what the point is. I think you don't know why you debate or why you argue. I think you're just like, I don't know, I just do it, and it's like, I feel good, like I get dopamine from discussing with people and winning an argument. But you don't really think beyond that. And you're coming to my stream where it's a limitation of the stream thing. That's the messaging. But I don't think you have an interesting perspective on what debate is, on what discussion is. I think your idea of discussion is quite shallow. I think you don't know what the point is for yourself. I think you have a deep longing and a desire to be validated that gets sort of fulfilled by winning in a debate or in a discussion, but because that is so fleeting, you seek it out repeatedly and repeatedly, and also then wonder why people are repelled, people don't want to debate you, you wonder why people stopped arguing with you, like what went wrong, right? And then you're looking towards the world, you're looking towards society, and you're saying, it's X's fault. It's because women are too woke. It's because the PC police don't let you say anything anymore. When in actuality, the ugly truth is it's probably because you're not a very pleasant person to be around. And that's why people don't want to engage in debate, like engage in discussion. And I think that's all okay. I'm not here to like ridicule you. I think that's ridiculous. Like I think deep down you just want to talk to more people, and you have positions and ideas that you feel strongly about, and you are prideful in, for example, the fact that maybe you're quick on you're quick with your lips, you are witty, maybe you have a good command of reasoning. But I think what you lack is perspective. I think what you lack is a perspective from outside to realize, you know, what's going on and why you're dissatisfied with certain aspects of your life, and why and what that's channeled into. And more importantly, much more importantly, right? There's a problem you're trying to solve and you don't understand how to solve it. That problem, like there's many problems, of course, but like one of the ones is like, how come the people around me don't want to engage in intellectual discourse, right? Why you figure me out? I guess I have a lot to work on. No, like it's not like you don't have to, you know, you don't have to respond to it. You don't have to be sarcastic. Like it's okay But I do want the words. I do hope my words sit with you, because I hope you can see that it's not coming out of a place of malice. I hope you can see that I'm coming out of a place of goodwill. You're here to search for perspective. I'm struggling to get any. Like I said, you keep tiptoeing. And what I'm saying is you're only confined to one perspective. And as I'm trying to show you another one, your instincts are making it difficult. I'm trying to show you another perspective. I'm trying to show you the perspective that going in to beat other people in arguments is not nearly as fulfilling as meaningful discourse and discussion that leads to other people seeing beyond themselves and being able to develop new perspectives, both you and the other person or the other people. And what you're saying is that's woke PC police talk. And all I can tell you is, like, it's not. Those aren't real things. I am a real person, and these are my ideas. And you're saying, no, these are the ideas of the woke mob, pink-haired fat woman with pronouns. Like, and I'm telling you, that person's not real. I'm real. I'm sitting right here. Think about it. Why do you hide behind an anime character? You won't even say where you're from. Deep down, it's a low-key fear of confrontation. I think if I feared confrontation, I would not have derailed my stream to spend 3 hours talking to you. Look, I hate to be that guy. But do you really think I am like itching to talk to someone who, you know, who has such simple views? Like, I'm not. Like, there are so many people who hold views like that. Like that you do. Nothing you've said has wowed me, really. I'm just not good at I'm just not good at showing you why, like, you need to think from a different perspective. That's something I'm working on. But everything you've said so far is a dime a dozen. I've heard these before. I've talked to people like this before. We've had disagreements, we've had discussions, and it's all comes out pretty well. Of course there's nothing wrong with that, for sure. Yeah. But, like, I feel as though from your texts and from your passive aggression, well, actually, it's not really that passive, but, you know, from your somewhat, like, aggression, you really want to prove something. You want to prove, like, you feel the need to be validated as a person. And I'm here to say you are. I totally disagree with everything you've said, and I don't think anything you've said is remarkable at all. But I'm happy to talk to you on stream. Maybe I'm ignoring you. Now I'm ignoring you, maybe. I'm ignoring you too, Anna. Okay. But I think I don't know if you'd like me as a person, but I think you would love to debate me when I eventually do that stream about the male loneliness epidemic. I think you would. Or maybe not. More importantly, my suggestion is to be a bit more pleasant, and that's totally within your control. You can do it for sure. You can do it. You can be more pleasant, and if you are more pleasant, you will find more debates coming your way, and you will find more meaning in the discussions you have, and you will be able to grow and develop your mind into a sharper tool. And that'd be cool. And you know what? The best part is you can be a conservative while doing that. Some of the smartest people I know have conservative politics that are like that I disagree with on personal levels, but sometimes I'm like, you know, I disagree, but I don't have a better argument than what you just gave me. So fuck. I guess I have to concede the argument, but I have to take time to, you know, let it simmer in my head. It wouldn't be much of a debate. I think we'd agree on most things. Sure. You happy with the number of debates we need to get from debates right now? Sure. That's fine too. But, you know, if you're coming into like a VTuber stream to try to talk to the VTuber, it's because you want to talk to the VTuber, right? Like, why? Why do you want to talk to the philosopher VTuber? It's because, like, is it like, because, is there like this sort of allure that's like, if I can beat this guy in an argument, like if I can prove him wrong on something, like that would feel really good, and it would also show them, ha, this guy's not as infallible as he seems. I'm like a guy behind an avatar, man. I am just some fucking guy behind an avatar. There's no elevated status. If you want to come after the title of like best philosopher VTuber, you're not going to have a lot of competition. You're going to be like first or second. You gotta pick your bane, that's it. Let me think. In which case, I can give you, and then I can try to give you a little bit more to pick. Yeah, I don't know why you're so hung up on the win-lose thing. Well, I'm hung up because I'm passionate about it, right? Because this is a huge thing for me. Because for me, like I feel strongly about. I guess you don't really know. I'll give you a little bit of like. I'll tell you a little bit about, just a little bit more about myself before I leave. I need to leave soon, guys. Part of my dissatisfaction with academic philosophy, or just like, you know, philosophy is, as it is debated in any school setting or any formal setting, or even on like threads, like subreddits, fucking, you know, any discussion forum there is the win-lose mentality. Like, is the fact that is the mentality that, like, you know, I gotta win, I just gotta win, I just have to defeat this guy, and like I'll do it through this battlefield of wits and reasoning. And I think that's a fun like exercise, but like in theory, but in execution, what that does is, I think it cultivates a culture of animosity, a culture of disregard, a culture of apathy, a culture of narcissism to some extent, but more a little bit of nihilism too. Like it perpetuates these things that I believe strongly against, right? Really tend to pick and cling on the specifics while ignoring the big picture. What's the big picture that you're trying to get at? The big picture I'm trying to get at is that debate, not only like debate in itself, just for the sake of debate, is not only pointless and meaningless, it also drives people away from meaningful discussion. Man, stop fighting everyone else. Okay, I know it's tempting because everyone else in chat is kind of aggro on you, but don't fight like the other people in chat. Like it's big picture is always just exchange. That's it. Yeah, so here's what I'm saying. Your big picture is too small. Your big picture is fucking tiny. Your big picture is like a nice little photograph I put on my desk space and I stare at sometimes to go, oh, you know, that was nice. That's your big picture. That's what I'm saying. And I'm telling you, here's the even bigger picture. It's not my goal. Okay, so what's the big, but that's, do you know what? Okay. So what is the big picture then? My big picture is the euphoria that one gets from owning someone, from slam dunking them, from beating them in an argument or whatever. One, first of all, is fleeting. And second of all, is harmful to, it directly works against the core values of education. 3, I think it drives people away from meaningful discourse. Because then it just cultivates this culture of fight, 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 and people who don't want to fight are like pushed away from meaningful discourse, and then they're left in echo chambers. And that's bad. People shouldn't be in echo chambers. But people also shouldn't just be in Fight Club where all they do is fight, right? Like, people should live and be as human beings. And the healthy balance is found in this bigger picture. It's in this reconciliation that when you bring upon new ideas that conflict with other people, like people's other ideas, in order to broaden their horizons, in order to give them better perspective, you inevitably cause them hurt, right? But when you do, you can do so artfully. You can do so with compassion and kindness. You can hurt them a little less, and when they see that you're trying to do that, they're willing to let you hurt them, just let you hurt them, if not just to put that new perspective in their head. Shocker, you think we should be in between? I think we should be in, I think either extreme of, okay. I think debate bro culture is harmful to education as we know it. The way the youth and just people in general need to be brought up, the way critical thinking is handled and dealt with, the fact that, as you say, the PC police clamp down, there's a new law on that, they clamp down on discussions that threaten any sense of established progressive values. Like, for example, you're never allowed to talk about pronouns and ask them how many genders there are. Like, the woke mob is like oppressing us for real, right? I'm saying all that shit is harmful for actual learning. Wait, it's not February yet? Yeah, surprise. It's almost over though, so no February. So I'll see you like next time in February very soon. It's great for you. You think debates are bad for education. I think debates are an excellent tool for education. Yeah, but you haven't responded to a single thing. I like. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, do you want to engage with me on this meaningfully, or do you want to just assert from your angle and from your means? Like, do you see what I mean? Like, we do have this impasse, right? And your solution to this is, I just got to beat this guy in a debate. You know what I mean? Like, I'm saying, no, the whole point is that debate is harmful. And you're like, no, I disagree. Let's debate. You know what I mean? Can you see beyond yourself? And that's hard. Like, I'm not asking you to do that now, but I'm imploring you to try to. You know, I'm imploring you to try to see beyond yourself. Try to see beyond perspectives. You see, then again, it seems that you view debate from a very narrow lens of just win-lose. That's not, okay. I'm not saying that's what debate is, and debate should be banned because it's bad. I'm saying that I'm saying there's a debate culture that's formed that needs to be addressed. Debate should be allowed to exist, but the subculture of the debate bro needs to be reconciled with it without just total annihilation. Because with total annihilation, you're just getting rid of, like, you know, you're just getting rid of the whole idea of debate in general. You get into like authoritarian politics with that. which I don't think is invalid, but yeah. For 100 times, I'm not here to own you. I'm here to prick your brain. That's not what I'm saying. That's not. I'm sorry if that's what it came across as, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not like. I'm trying to see the things that you're putting in, that you assert and agree on, and I'm trying to engage with you in this field. Or I'm trying to say, I don't think I think I disagree, and here's why I disagree. Here's why I think this is a sort of narrow perspective. And you tell me, well, this is not relevant. This is not important. The important thing is, and then you say something else, and I go, well, the whole, like, in order to address that thing, I need to talk about this other thing. Debates aren't that barbaric. I'm not saying they are. I'm saying the debate culture that has been cultivated is, you know what it is actually, you know what, I just had this revelation. I think we're both fighting boogeymen. I think you're fighting the boogeyman of the PC police, and I'm fighting the boogeyman of debate bro culture. Because so far in my life, I probably only really know, like, okay, all the academics, like pretty much all the academics I know are debate bros, which is why, like, I have a skewed kind of perspective. But outside of the academics, like, the people I know generally, maybe 2 or 3 are like, would incline that way and view like debates that way, like debate in a way that's like in a debate culture kind of way, right? That's my boogeyman. But my boogeyman is like, you know, the people I have to hand in my fucking essay to. And the, you know, and the boogeyman that you're fighting are on Twitter, right? I think that's what it is. Like, I know we get exchange students from said countries like America, and they get very offended easily. Well, the same thing would be a super fun topic. Same. Well, I'm not from America, so I can say that. I'm from the Library of Alexandria. Yeah. No, yeah, I think some people do get offended a bit too easily. But what are you gonna do about that? You know? That is a problem. We both have identified the problem. We've seen it. We've looked at it. Some people are a bit too sensitive to things that are different from, like, are a different perspective. Okay, what do we do about that? You probably just know a lot of ways you use debate to boost your self-validation. Now you're assuming that's everyone. I'm not assuming that that is everyone, because I know people who are not like that. And it is not so much sense of self-validation, it's more just career. Isn't like you were educated in America, Mr. Philosopher? Ooh, that's tough. I did say, and it's canon, I did say I've never set foot in the US on this stream. Maybe where's Canada? I haven't, like... I don't, so here's my thing. I don't get the sense from myself that I have so far tried to PC police you on anything. I don't get the sense that I've tried to stop you from saying anything. I have ridiculed you for some things, sure. But I never stopped you from saying them. Your accent is so American, that's fair. That's fair. You've never been? I have never been. Yes. I've never been. And we're trying, so like this, like the whole point is like you're trying to engage in like challenging the views, like you began by trying to challenge the views of feminism. And what you were trying to do was you were trying to fight the boogeymen of feminism. You were trying to fight the Twitter feminists. And what I was telling you was this shit like, you know, like, could you read some feminist philosophy, essentially, right? I'm not, I should read, like, I should just ignore everyone else's comments. I'm just gonna read your comments, Magi. Yours aren't very European or Asian, has to be North American. Well, I mean, you can try to triangulate. I don't think it's very helpful, personally. where my views are exactly, because people can be multicultural, right? Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Do you believe that everyone has one like culture and that's it, and it's like separated into 5 or 6 parts of the world? Probably not. That'd be a straw man statement I would make of you, right? But I'm not going to do that. Feminism is not just on Twitter anymore, it's very prevalent IRL. It is, I agree. So I'm telling you, stop engaging with like bullshit feminism and actually read good read Simone de Beauvoir. And then once you read her, you'll realize that, but she wasn't cooking for some areas. Then you'll graduate from that, you start reading like into the French in general. I forget who it was. I transitioned to the next, probably maybe Bell Hooks. And then there was like a French writer who wrote on the concept of écriture féminine, whatever. Yeah, it's something like that. Écriture féminine. I forgot who wrote on that topic, but I read a little bit from that person specifically on that idea. But there are ways to broaden one's horizons. There are. And if you're not interested in it, that's fine. But if you're not interested in it, but you're trying to engage in it in debate anyways, then I'm just gonna say you're not knowledgeable in the field in that and the particular part of what you're trying to, discuss, which is fine. It's Helen Sixu. Okay, Sixu. But you have asserted time and time again in the stream that you are very knowledgeable. The fact that he's engaging me over the rest of you proves how debates and discussion are great. Stick around for some of the other streams. Just, stick around. Stick around for the other streams and watch them too if you have made an assumption of me that you think is true. And see if you're proven right. Or not. You don't have to. You don't have to. But at the end of the day, I'm not trying to win. At the end of the day, I'm trying to help you see beyond where you're seeing right now. Only if you start being a bit more controversial. Is controversial just conservative opinions? Is that what that means to you? Tell me, right now. When you say, I want you to say something controversial, do you just mean I want to hear things that are rude and vulgar and things that are conservative? Because you shouldn't be hiding behind the word controversial. Bit cowardly. The ban is fine. I didn't say I'd ban you. What the hell? Nobody's banning you. No one's a mod here, by the way. I control the flow of everything. And I'm not saying I'm gonna ban you. I'll ban you if you start spamming stuff. Obviously, if you're not trying to earnestly engage in anything, you're just trying to say shit. Things that are not just the politically correct answer all the time. So what is the politically correct answer? What does that mean? What is that synonymous with? Ask yourself this. What is politically correct? Ask yourself and then answer me. I'm so sorry everyone else has to see this. I'm so sorry. So sorry. You're hiding behind your words, okay? You're saying don't be politically correct, controversial. You're just saying stop giving me left-leaning opinions and give me some right-leaning opinions. Be honest. You want me to say things that agree with your political stance. That's just what you want. That you just want to hear that. Who is the coward? Use your words and mean them. Say exactly what you mean. You're hiding behind your words. Really? And I don't, like, I'm asking you to come out. If I ask you, is it more difficult to be a teen girl or teen boy today, and you say it depends? You say girl because BC period. That, and I'm assuming the next line is like, then it's a milquetoast opinion or whatever. I'll tell you, you know what I'll tell you? Like, if you ask me that, I'll tell you it's a stupid fucking question. That's what I'll tell you. What a dumbass question. You want to know why I'll say that, and you know, I'll insult you for this. And I hope you don't mind. Again, if you mind, like I'm only doing this because you've repeatedly expressed that you don't mind. Like if I, like, you know, engage in the mudslinging. But if that really is the question you want to ask, like, that's not a good question. It's like a shitty question. Because you know what the answer is? I think it's difficult enough being a teenager nowadays. Have you seen the kind of shit that permeates fucking YouTube? Jesus. It's horrible. Like, these people are... Like, it's unbelievable, right? It's terrible that what teenagers have to deal with, both men and women. And if you're stuck on this pointless gender war, right? Oh, you know, who has it worse? Like, you try, like, well, okay, who has it worse? A guy who has his a guy who has his legs blown off, or a guy who has his arms blown off? Dude, why? What the fuck is the point of that question? Right? Like, I'm assuming to complete the sentence. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm assuming to complete the sentence that probably got auto modded, right? And this is out of my control. This is entirely like a YouTube thing. You're saying, oh, I'll ask you a question about gender. I'll ask you a question. Is it more difficult being a teen girl or a teen boy? And you'll say it depends. Or you'll say girl because period. Then your answer is lame and not cool. The answer that is cool is to say boys have it worse. That's what you're saying. And I'm just saying you sound like you're 13. Then what is the point of philosophy? That is a fantastic fucking question. That's a great question. What is the point of philosophy? There's like I don't know if you've seen this. There's an image that's like what was it? The purpose of philosophy, or like just like yeah, something like the purpose of philosophy or something. And like there's 12 books like on like a stack that are all different books with the exact same title. like the purpose of philosophy or something like that. And there's like in a stack there's like 12, 15 fucking books. It's a great question. That's an awesome fucking question. For such a good question, if you think the answer is simple, with that logic, philosophy is just used to systemic question. I'm not using logic. I'm trying to just paint you a picture, man, right? But here, let me put it into words, right? I'll paint it. I painted you the picture. Allow me to paint you. Allow me to express it in words. Philosophy is a tool. Philosophy is ultimately a pursuit of questions that are at the sort of core of the very foundations and of premises and understandings of what we have for everything. It's the center of the world in a sense, if you want to say it like that. But I personally think it's a little too conceited even for me, right? And when you engage in philosophy, you're engaging in the highest form of intellectual rigor, among other things, right? And so, when you do that, you're not at the same time banned from engaging in things that are not strictly quote-unquote philosophy, although you can argue that everything is philosophy to some extent, right? I'm telling you that I'm an educator. That's what I'm telling you. I guess what I'm telling you to do is that, well, you've studied many philosophers for your 2 degrees, right? Maybe it's time to develop your own philosophies as well. Let me repeat what I said again. Okay. I'm an educator. I'm a philosophy YouTuber and I'm an educator. And when you say it's time to develop your own philosophies as well, are you really just saying you should have some conservative opinions? Because those are the ones I think are correct. Well, it depends. Somewhere in the middle thing, maybe the most effective for channel growth. You clearly don't know me. So, like, you're definitely a new person who wanted to come in to argue with me, which is, like, fine. That's totally... you're not the first. Listen, Manjai. You're not the first... and you're not the last person to do this. You are one of many. You will come and go. I will remain. I spent the past 3-4 hours giving you my opinions. And because those opinions are not conservative opinions, because we happen to talk about things where I have left-leaning progressive opinions on, because, you know, discussion, you can never talk about everything in the world in like 2-3 hours. You have decided to say, okay, you are safe and you have no opinion because all your opinions take a side that I don't like. Right? It's going on for 2-3 hours. Can you believe it? I'm just saying, like, this is a true test of patience for all my other regulars here. I appreciate you being here, and I know that it sucks that this is the only time I'm going to stream in between now and February. Then you have to be here for this, but I'm personally okay with it. I'm still hanging out with y'all. Nothing's achieved. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. I think there has been a great exchange of ideas. I think there has been. I think I've gotten to know you a little bit more. I think you've gotten to know me a little bit more. And well, I think I wasn't good enough because I couldn't really show you a way out of the sort of the tribalism that you're enslaved into right now, that you're trapped in right now. Like, I haven't shown you a way out, and that's my bad. Like, I didn't do a good enough job in that. You keep saying things like your opinion's not like you just have safe opinions, or you have middle of the fence opinion, or whatever. Whenever I bring up something that is not conservative, right wing, American, by the way, pretty like relatively American, but not entirely, but like a little American, like conservative opinion. It's just a little American, not too much. So I might be wrong. I don't think you're your opinions are. I don't think you're super American. I think you're just a little bit. But you know, when you keep engaging me in the few limited topics we engage with, where you bring up a very extreme, like to me at least, a very extreme conservative opinion, and I go, that's not right. Like, here's what I believe. And you go, that's a lame pussy opinion. Like, it's not, like, what is this conducive to? Oh, and I really feel for you. I don't want to just dismiss you, because I think here's the content creator move, right? Here's the content creator move. The content creator move is on your fourth comment, when I kind of detected the kind of person you were, just quick ban you and then move on with the stream and talk about what I wanted to talk about. Talk about some of my family anecdotes, talk about some of travel anecdotes, talk about, you know, spending time around other places, traveling, like different things like that. And instead I decided to spend a lot of time talking about this, which is cool. Maybe it is my bad. I expect something different. What did you expect? You expected like an earth-shattering revelation that's like gonna tip you, like just completely flip you over 180 in all your thoughts? No, you're your own grown-ass human being, and you're pretty smart. Like, you think, are you really gonna undersell yourself so much? Like, do you really think you could walk into like some fucking VTuber stream and then have your life changed by some guy behind an anime avatar? Like, what did you expect? Like, if you want like really definitive, sharp, like cutthroat attacks on your beliefs and your ideologies, you are not looking in the right places. I've given you the places to look. I have told you repeatedly, read some feminist philosophy. Okay, that's like the thing you came into with, right? That was like the big thing. That was the thing you really wanted to debate, you know? That was the whole, you were like, you know, if I had 1% less self-control, I would have essayed someone and gone to jail. Like, you really wanted to say that. If you wanted to risk an edgy joke that badly, you really wanted to say it. You really thought it would land, right? And so in which case I was like, okay, like, here's how you engage with this idea a lot deeper. You can read these thinkers. You looked at these thinkers, or you looked at the names, or maybe you didn't even look at them, and you said, that's PC police material. That's a woke mob. That's, you know, like, and then like that's a woman with pink hair and pronouns. That's what you said, and it's a little childish, you know. I hope that one day you'll grow up from that. I really do. And I'll be here for that, you know. I will. I know I'm 60. I've still got some years ahead of me. You thought you'd dazzle me? I mean, I try, but I'm not that good. But here's my thing. Like, we keep talking about certain things, and I keep telling you, here's what you should be reading and thinking about if you want to engage in this topic further. You are very dismissive of it, and frankly speaking, I am not these thinkers, and like, I'm not like the next titan to topple, if that's what you were expecting. I guess. I don't know. A bit of childish back jokes to break the tension. I mean, like, I won't fault you on a moral level yet. I will just say you're kind of cringe, but like, that's okay. You can also call me cringe. Like, I'll call you cringe. But I'm like the fucking VTuber. Like, who's more cringe? Like, I'm literally the VTuber here. Like, there's nothing more cringe than that. So, like, I'll call you cringe and you can do the same, right? Instead of getting into feminist philosophy, clinging on to my bad jokes, I was explaining why, because you wanted to. Why the jokes were bad. and what made them uncomfortable. And from then, I said, this is why, you know, you're not sufficiently engaging in debate around you. Because, like, you know, surely there's a reason why it's funny to you. Your perspective cannot, I don't think your perspective could change from me, because I am not the type of person to engage in this way well enough to do so. I think PC Project can be a part of feminist philosophy. You can make your own philosophy. I don't, okay, I'm still asserting that PC culture is not real. That's another thing we talked about, is like, it's not, there's no such thing, there's no PC police. Like, that's not a real thing. There's no police. If you're saying that there is a sort of herd, like, mentality where people echo chamber certain left-wing opinions and they don't care to expand on them, yeah, I agree. But what makes them the police? You know, like, why are they going around? They're gonna be in my house, like, if maybe they just haven't gotten a new unit where I'm in the Library of Alexandria. I'm guessing it's a little hard to get in for time and space, of course. Not a funny joke, it's more like a look how sad it is joke. What is sad? Like, beyond, well, like, your lack of understanding of the world. So to put it frankly, it is sad, but it's like, it's not, I'm not gonna laugh and then go haha. If you want to get into the philosophy of jokes, I did a Class of '09 stream. This was for Class of '09, the anime pilot. I talk about jokes probably 2-3 hours in. There's like a guy who starts engaging with me and tries to fight me on certain ideas, and I explain essentially what it means to be funny, and the whole humor is subjective thing. But I'm saying, like, you know, you are probably pretty good at engaging at people who want to engage with you, and now you're looking for more people to engage with you, right? I'm telling you, like, you're some you super social person. I'm gonna take this as a genuine question, right? I'm gonna give you the full, like, charitability. I'm gonna assume that you're just asking because you want to know, like, about me. In which case, I am a average social person. I don't really know what that means exactly. I have about like 30 to 40 close friends and a bunch of acquaintances I don't talk to. Like, I don't talk to anyone who's outside this, pretty much like around roughly 40 people in my life so far, excluding family, of course. Right? This is just friends. We hang out regularly, we talk online or otherwise. We joke, but they're also in different places, so it's like, you know, 30 to 40 close friends. Okay, I think I'm being a bit generous. I think that being a bit generous. I would say, like, when I said close just now, I meant like if I messaged them, I was like, yo, let's do something that's, like, you know, a bit of interest, like or let's go grab dinner or something like that. Like, I would get a message within a day going like, yes, let's do it, Karis, and then we're gonna meet up and we're gonna talk and we're gonna catch up and we're gonna do a bunch of things. Like, that's like that's what I would say. How many hours do you spend with friends IRL per week on average? Depends on where I am. So I will say right now, pulling out the average on everything. I usually hang out with friends twice a week. Usually it's about twice. And when we hang out, it's usually like a full day hangout, or at least a half day. It's like what, hours? Like it's like when I say full day, it's like lunch and dinner. And then when I say like half day, it's like lunch or dinner. That's what I mean. And then it's like twice a week, probably. You can't meet more than 5 at a time without getting scared. That's you guys are giving him the wrong impression of who I am. I haven't hung out with a friend or like one that wasn't my partner in months. Okay, it also depends on like your geolocation, right? You had a date with a Chinese lady from Red Note 12 years my senior? Nice. Congratulations, says you. But yes. I do engage with people on a regular basis. And some of them, I would say maybe 30% of my friends, and that's not the question you asked, but I thought you might want to know. 30% I would say of the friends I have lean conservatively. And the rest, and I would say then maybe like 50% are left-leaning, and the left-leaning ones are a bit more outspoken. A good amount of the conservatives are, excuse me, a good amount of the conservatives are religious, and there's about 20% of people who try their best to avoid politics and political discourse by any means necessary. And the struggle sometimes is like when I'm talking to my conservative friends, you know, to open them up to perspectives that are more like progressive. Generally it floats around, those ideas tend to float around personal liberties. They float around ideas of feminism. When I'm talking to my left-leaning friends that are more progressive, they tend to be, or the struggle is actually just to introduce them to ideas of religion or ideas of faith, ideas of empathy and like kindness that extend beyond slam dunk culture. A lot of times, a few of the people I know do that. And when I talk to my friends who do not want to participate in any sort of political discourse, the challenge really is to get them into it, right? The challenge is really to like figure out, you know, hey, what do you care about a lot? And did you know that the thing you cared about a lot is affected by certain political things that happen in the world? Are you Gen Z or Alpha? I don't really know if I want to say that. You're gonna have to guess, but my official age is 60 years old. I will say I'm of age, like I am at least 18 or older, or 21 or older. I think whichever is like the of age number to be engaging in like streaming, like or whatever, because that is an important thing to assert. Otherwise, there are like tons of difficult, like there's tons of shit that's associated with that. My philosophy was a religious conservative man. It was really interesting and fun to talk to. Maybe that's my kind of philosophy. Do you know about Soren Kierkegaard? My personal philosophy leans quite heavily into this thinker. He is a renowned Christian thinker. He's like, I don't know how to describe him without just fucking it up because I'm terrible. But if you don't know of him, I would recommend reading it, but I would recommend everyone read him. But he's like my goat. We didn't talk about it at the stream because he kept pressing me on to me, very redundant questions on women. But if we had gotten into, for example, religion and faith, you might have seen more conservative opinions from me. If we had talked about maybe cultures of family culture to some extent, you could have seen some conservative opinions from me. If we talked about sexual liberty, I think my opinions would be more conservative than what you would expect. We go to Confucius. I think Confucius is pretty good as a stepping stone for, in my opinion, thinkers that are more well thought out on certain issues. But I don't know off the top of my head enough Confucian dialectics to engage in a debate with you. I'm not a debate person. That's not who I am, and I'm not very good at my short-term memory. It's a fault of mine. It is what it is. To engage in debate with you. But Confucius is not a bad start, is what I'll say. But yeah, expand your reading, man. Read around more. And I know you don't have a very high opinion of me so far, which is fair to have. But I'm a little sad. It does make me a little sad because I have a high opinion of myself. In order to amend that, perhaps remedy that, I can tell you that I have strong sympathies for the suffering of men, because I think the problems, there are problems with women. There are problems that are more prevalent in women. There are problems that are more prevalent in men. And there's a whole bucket of shit for all the NBs out there, but you're gonna have to deal with that, right? But we're just gonna talk about men and women for now. I think women, the thing with women's problems is there's been really good philosophy done for it, and there's been, I think, really good intellectual advancement for these issues. In practice, society is still lagging far behind these intellectual developments, but there is maybe not a blueprint, but we have figured out more than we've done, is what I'll say, I guess. For men, especially right now, not enough has been figured out. Not enough has been figured out, and that combined with the fact that the foundations of what makes a man masculine have been shaken, and our understanding of what makes a man is no longer the same as maybe what it was 500 years ago. Combined with the hyper accelerated capitalist abusive hellhole that is the world we live in right now. Grifters have taken advantage of this, and now there's a bunch of men who are being screwed over, but not by women, by other men. Men are being screwed over largely by other men. I think you're holding back, and I know it. Sure, you could think that, and you can try to claw out what you think I'm holding back, right? Because to me, I don't think that. To me, I'm laying everything out for you. This is blame capitalism for everything. I know, it's the C word. It's the easiest thing to be well, it's capitalism's fault. It's a hand wavy thing. I'm not gonna claim that this is the most profound thing I've ever said, all right? It's not, it really isn't. Read Plato, Dewey, Binet, Confucius, Aristotle. Ooh, I'm a fan of Dewey as well. I had a Dewey reading stream from a few months ago. I read some Plato too. I do think Plato's underrated. Aristotle, I've not read enough, so I'm not gonna claim like I've read him. Like what? Like I'm not even gonna like. Not even gonna pretend like I know enough about it. I mean, I think the most profound thing the champ. I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. I know I literally said that like 3 hours ago, but I'm not reading it again. But yeah, like here's my thing, man. Like you've got something going on. You have read certain things, but I think you are trapped. I do think you're trapped by certain perspectives, and I want to like get you out of them. But the change kind of has to come from within, or rather, the expansion of the mind kind of has to come from you. I'd have no way to compel you of that right now because, well, I don't know you, right? Like I'm not, and I wouldn't know you if we hopped on a call either. I wouldn't know you either. It would just be a slightly faster way of like, you know, speaking our minds through text or through audio instead of text. Like it's the type of thing that you need to humanize yourself and put yourself into that perspective. His apology, 10 out of 10. I did read it. I did a reading stream. I think you're trapped? Sure. You can think that. It's totally fair. You know what? I think I'm trapped too. I think I'm trapped in this world. Because I think, like... I don't think I could ever kill myself. Like, I don't think I could ever do it for so many reasons. And because of that, I'm trapped in this world. Like, until it decides to kill me. Or, like, through whatever means possible. I'm stuck here. Because I have made up my mind. And I'll constantly challenge it. I'll constantly think about it. But I'm probably not killing myself. I'm sure everyone else would would love to hear a conversation between us. I don't know what to tell you, man. But I'm just gonna say this. I don't think that's interesting. I don't think that's interesting. I don't even do that many interesting things, like in concepts. I don't think that'd be very fun to watch. I've enjoyed having you barge into chat and like start talking about stuff and try to pick my brain and, you know, lay out controversial ideas, opinions. But yes, I think maybe what would be best is for you to recommend me read something that you think would change my mind. I'm not reading anyone else's comments. But here's the thing, I don't think you have anything to recommend to me. That's why I think that's where the difference is. I think the difference is I have things to recommend to you and you have nothing to recommend to me. I think that is the impasse in which we've reached. And I think the only way out of that is for you to like read more, I guess. My VTuber serious question. My serious answer is it's an excellent question. You're gonna have to wait for when I do that stream for the full answer. The short answer is because it's the harder thing to do. It's harder to be like a male VTuber than it is to just to be like a guy on a camera. That's, to me at least, for what I want to do and for what I want to achieve and for the shit that I'm gonna have to go through. It's a little harder to be a male VTuber than it is to be a guy on a camera and like grow like a YouTube channel or something. That's one of the reasons why. That's one of the short answers. And that's it. Yeah, that's what we'll end on. We're ending on, I want, like, you know, if you want to end, like, if you really enjoy the mudslinging, here it is, right? The difference between us is when we come to an impasse, you label and call and assign names to the various like opinions and ideas I have. And then when I say, here are things you can read that would help you gain a better understanding of where I'm coming from, you're ignoring it. And then when I ask you, okay, what's something I can read that will help me bring myself to your perspective, you have come up with both empty hands. You realize time passes? Oh boy, I did. And it's fine for you to disagree with me. Like, I'm not gonna ban you for disagreeing with me. If you want to show up or not, like, it's completely up to you. But I just don't, I fail to see like how this has been an exchange, you know. And I'm fine with it not being that. I'm fine. I think that's totally cool. It's cool that you've come to pick my brain and you've come to try to, you know, argue point from me. And you've come to disagree and made some chatters a little angry. I think that's okay. I think that's fine. You can do that. But I'm also going to make fun of you for it. Yeah. You believe all knowledge is literature? Absolutely not. But I think there's a lot to learn from literature. But you know, like, the thing is, like, where the hell does literature come from? Right? Someone had to write it down, and then, well, okay, well, what the hell did they write down? They wrote down what they read in another book? Well, it couldn't just be that. There might be some elements of that. But what did they add to it? Oh, they added what they thought. Okay, well, where would that come from? Maybe another book. Well, then it'd just be another citation. Where is the thing that's not another book? But that does not disregard the idea that usually, if something is really, you know, is a strong position to defend, and especially in philosophy when, you know, this shit is timeless, this stuff has been going on forever, surely it has to have been written down, right? Right? Like you said, it's VTuber after all, not real, right? Oh yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're getting it. You're totally getting it, yep. Literature has all of humanity's knowledge? No, far from that. No, it doesn't have everything. Fucking no, it doesn't. That's the whole point of the whole Library of Babel aesthetic, right? Oh no, but it's not been a year since my stream. Since I started streaming, so I haven't explained my lore yet. You'll see. You'll see when we get there. In hell? Okay. I'll try to stream. I'll try to do another stream sometime this week. And then we'll get to the second part of the anecdotes. We could do that. Absolutely. YouTuber with 40 close friends. Is it weird? I don't know if it's weird. I don't know any other VTubers in real life, so I don't really know the real life of any other VTuber that's going on at all. I don't. I can tell you that much. I mean, again, 40 might be like an overestimate. You can cut that down half, say 20 that are like close, maybe like that like hang out somewhat regularly with, but you know. What is regularly like? What is regularly, right? But so I keep like saying like you're gonna see me ramble and go like, is there anything else I want to say? Is there anything else I want to say? I'm gonna say something. Is there anything else I want to say? And then the stream's gonna go on for 7 hours. 6. Christ. Okay. My final comments to you, I would say that you're probably a decently skilled, like, you're probably decently skilled at arguing, but you do kind of resort to name calling and like jokes and like straw manning when like, and you can claim them to be, oh, it's just levity, you know, it's just humor. But at the end of the day, you chose to write that with the limited space you have and time you have. You decided, I'm gonna lean into the levity and jokes. Well, why, right? Like, then frankly, levity and jokes that are not very funny either, right? Like why? Because you knew like this is not an audience you would play to that would laugh, so why tell the jokes? I think you care a little too much about the Babe Bro culture. Like I think you do. I think you have an attachment to, you know, the idea that there's an objective truth out there, and if you just keep battling people on ranked PvP ladder, you'll eventually get as close to it as possible, right? Maybe that's not your primary goal, but maybe that's like a secondary thing you're just kind of working on. And I'm here to tell you that the idea that there's a ranked PvP ladder and you like fight on it, and then like eventually when you do it enough, you'll get close to the objective capital T truth, is not the most interesting idea I've encountered in philosophy. Also, I must apologize, and this is from me to you. I must apologize. My chat is like 60% like women with hair and pronouns, or like 70%. I don't know. You can blame this on the fact that I played Class of 09, and that's a very popular game among the women with hair, with colored hair and pronouns. It is. So if they're like a little annoying and if they're kind of like very disagreeable, that's why. No, I'm bald. I'm sorry for whoever snatched her wig. But that's the vibe of the stream. If it weren't for the fact that I get derailed sometimes, is I tend to just ramble on about things, and I'm really skeptical when people are sure of themselves. Like even the most conservative thinkers I know who are like adamant in their positions, like engage in the same questions but a lot more tastefully. So, you know, to what extent are women, for example, if you wanted to bring up, for example, to what extent are women responsible, for example, in the way they dress when men are perpetrators of sexual violence. Like, this is a question to ask that is an interesting question, but they don't ask it in a way that's like filled with bad, like unfunny, edgy humor, right? Like that, this is just kind of a huge like turn off, and not a good way to, it's like a terrible way to start your conversation, because then it just, like, on what level of irony are you engaging in? Like, do you want to talk? Do you want to debate? Do you want to discuss? Do you want to just say something and then leave? Like, what is the vibe, right? Like, that's not like a good, like most of my conservative intellectual friends don't do that. all of them actually don't. None of them do that. None of my friends, none of my conservative friends do that. I'm sure you're he, they too. No, I just think I go by he, him. He, him is fine. I am like a male. I'm a guy. I'm a man, and that's okay. I've come to terms with it. I wasn't sure if, like, you know, it was it, but then I thought about, I spent a good amount of time thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, no, this is good. This checks out, like, is the way, like, I saw it, right? Craig, you're not the op. You're just someone with a weird username. There's no ops here either. Like, Mon is not an op. He loves to make assumptions. Well, I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's like, and he'll claim it as a joke. I mean, it's fine by me, but I guess just think about what you're doing. Is my advice. Just think a little bit about what you're doing and the way you're engaging with it and why you're engaging with it. Like, what brings you satisfaction in life? What is truly fulfilling? There's gotta be that like conservative angle of like agreement I have, where it's like one of the most important things in life is like ensuring the well-being of the next generation. Like, you know, the whole family values thing, right? It's about having a family. We disagree on like what that means, but we totally agree on that. Like, that is like one of the most important things ever. Oh, everyone else started making assumptions. You're playing along now. I see. Yes. Of course. Yes. Can I be your op though / Riz? That's a great signal for me to end the stream. Anyways, it's the time is becoming a bit more and more inconvenient for me. We can do this again, I hope, somewhat soon. I don't know when exactly, but I'm probably gonna go away. I'll do another gestation, and if I'll try to, at least before February begins, or rather before, you know, the February streams start. Like, it might be in February, but it won't be. Maybe I could theme it as that. We'll see. Anyways, before then, you're gonna have to make do with these answers. I hope they're satisfactory. They're probably not. And if you choose to stick around, which you might not, then I hope you find what you're looking for. But if it's not it, and you don't feel as though you've gained anything, you're like, oh, it's just a philosophy class with a liberal. And like all I can say is you have a world ahead of you, and probably a lot of time too. You're probably not very old. I'm going to be honest. Judging from your behavior and the way you speak, I don't think you are very old. Which case, all I'm saying is you've got some time ahead of you, okay? And if you've got some time ahead of you, you could spend that time to enrich yourself in the things in the world. And whenever you think, or you're about to think, oh, I've got it figured out, like, philosophy is there to say, no, or have you, right? If you no longer want to engage philosophically, then there's nothing for you here. Maybe I should read books. Well, you do. You do read books. I'm saying there are certain other books that might help as well, in regards to your enrichment of a certain area or topic. That's all. I'm sure you read. I don't think you don't read. You just cited like several thinkers that have prominent texts that are very well done. Like, I don't think I don't think you don't read. But I know it's all in jest. I'm going to go now. I hope everyone is fine. I hope everyone's doing well. I didn't greet everyone personally, and that's because you should totally take that personally. It's because I hate you, and I don't like you, and I did not enjoy seeing any of the familiar faces and names here. Yep. Next stream will be a bit more lighthearted. Hopefully a bit more fun. We'll see. But until then, you will have to make do with whatever the hell this is. Goodbye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. I'll see everyone very soon. Or maybe not very soon. I'll try to see everyone soon. We'll see. But yes, if not, then you're gonna have to wait till February, and that's gonna be a little rough. I will be on Twitter if you want to bother me there. Yes, okay, that's it.